Good evening. Welcome to the March 12th, 2026 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Jean Louise Shara, and I'm the chair of the school committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic, and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. So this meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded, and I'll begin by asking our clerk, Cassie, to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mike. Cassie,
Oh, Cassie, you need your mic.
Okay. Mayor Shara.
Here.
Elena Bartoli.
Here.
Member Weisenfreund. Here. Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Here.
Member Stein.
Here.
Member Martin.
Here.
Member Mahoney.
Here.
Member Reese.
Here.
Member Jewell.
Here.
Member Sanders Sullivan.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. And Member Jewell is participating remotely. First on the agenda is the student representative report. And Sarah?
Yes. Sorry. Ana Lucia is in the pit band, so I'm filling in for her tonight. She should have emailed Cassie. Hopefully you guys already knew about that. So sorry if this comes as a surprise. Okay. So I guess I'll just start by talking about the musical. It's Mean Girls, and it is showing tonight, tomorrow night, and Saturday, and there's a Sunday matinee. And I did get the question, musical or school committee meeting, several times today. So I hope you will all go and support our amazing theater department, because they've been working so hard, and with all the snow days and the weather not cooperating, they've really been having to put in extra hours, and they've been there so late. So I hope you all go and support. This past week, we have had our grade-wide assemblies. Well, I haven't had it, but for 9th, 10th, and 11th graders about course selection and changes for next year. So during this time, Principal Taglieri went over the new every other day classes and how that's going to affect our schedule next year. The geothermal project was also introduced to the students for the first time, to somewhat negative mixed reviews, mixed reception. So that's kind of the new things that were being introduced. And I believe you guys are like approving or have approved the program of studies, so I don't have to list over all the new classes added. So you probably already know about those, but there's some really cool ones. I think the SAT math one in particular is gonna really help our schools be more equitable towards the ability to like give test prep for people who can't necessarily study outside of school. So I'm really excited about that. I would love to see something similar with English if that's a success. Mr. Taglieri did say that he thought there might be too many people signing up for that class in our school council meeting. Okay, and then the last thing I'm going to talk about before I hand it over to Charlie is the Student Union and the Youth Commission and the mayor went to the State House, and we did an advocacy day where we met with Governor Healy, and it was a really great experience. Our members had a great time, and it was amazing to talk to lots of different representatives and their staff about issues facing Western Mass. And I think we received some really positive reception, and people felt our urgency as far as funding goes. So that was awesome. Of course, there were some negative moments as well, but that is always going to happen, and some negative reception. Okay, so I'm just going to give Charlie some space to talk about lunches. I know there was some interest at that in the last meeting. So this is Charlie. He's one of our junior representatives on the student union and the chair of our lunch subcommittee.
Hello. Charlie, for the record, what's your last name?
Sidoti, Charlie Sidoti.
Okay, thank you.
So about lunches at NHS, I myself have kind of taken on, obviously, the responsibility of being the leader of the school lunch subcommittee. I've had a lot of kids come up to me and ask for changes in the lunch, voice their opinions about the lunches. And in general, from what I've seen, it's very mixed reviews. Many students rely on the lunches or get lunches every day, but don't eat all of the lunch, only eat parts on certain days based on if they like it or not. And in general, they seem pretty hit or miss. There's obviously issues with taste versus nutrition. A lot of students kind of have a bad perception thinking that healthier lunches are going to taste worse without even trying it. So it's kind of a hard thing to balance a lot of the time, especially for a high school population. And also there's a lot of individual preferences and dissatisfaction that come to play with it. It's hard to adhere to all students' palates because there's a lot of differences in it. So part of our work as a subcommittee has been looking into, well, what do the students actually want? And what can we do about that? We met with Freshhampton earlier in the year to discuss ways to modify lunches to student preferences. And following that meeting, we sent out a form to get more concrete answers as to what the students really want. And so some of the things we found from that survey, taste and nutrition, when we asked students about different qualities, how they would rate our lunch services based on different qualities, taste and nutrition both scored slightly higher than quantity and satiety or fillingness by 10 to 20%, showing that quantity was a major concern for the students. Students were also asked how many days they take or don't eat certain food groups. And we found that fruits and vegetables were the most waste items compared to the main lunch components and the milk. And more specifically, we asked students to rate each lunch from a certain month out of 5 to get more individual data on which specific lunches were liked. And while all of them scored averaged between a 2 and a 4 out of 5, there were some pretty stark differences. For the least liked lunches, it was the chicken gyro, the falafel wrap, and the egg and cheese croissant were all between 2 and 2.5 out of 5. The okay meals were tater tot nachos, baked potato bar, and grilled cheese and tomato soup, which came between 2.5 and 3. And then the more liked lunches, 3+, were cheese quesadilla, chicken wing bar, pizza variety, cheese patty sandwich, chicken tenders, and cheesy breadsticks. And so the takeaways that we found from this survey was that quantity was the #1 complaint, which goes with a lot of what students have talked to me about. They talk about, students will ask friends that bring lunch from home if they can get a second lunch for them because it is free. And in general, I think while Freshhampton has little they can do in terms of regulations from the state and quantity and portion sizes, quantity and fillingness is one of the biggest things that students want more of. In open response questions, students said that they really enjoyed the fresh fruit and varied salad bar options were very highly rated, especially when compared to the kind of stagnant options when we just have lettuce and carrots and you can really only make like a small little salad that's not going to keep many people full. The egg and cheese croissant, falafel wrap, and chicken gyro were really not well liked, and I think you can kind of feel that in the cafeteria on days where they're served. Everyone's a little bit disappointed. And in general, the in-house made meals tend to vary largely in their reception, but I think the good ones are very worth keeping. One lunch in particular, we have a chickpea marsala, and whenever that's served, everyone at the table will get it and eat it all because it's really good. But then again, some of those in-house made meals, like the chicken falafel wrap, are less liked. So it's tough to balance, but I think when they stick, they are really good. And in general, the more processed foods were safer bets. As you could see in the more well-liked lunches, the cheese quesadilla, the chicken patty sandwich, the chicken tenders, all ranked very highly, which is great for student satisfaction. Although these meals could disproportionately contribute to the dissatisfaction in quantity because the more processed foods are gonna come in a smaller quantity. It's hard to balance both those students' concerns. But in general, our findings were just that the lunches varied a lot, and while it's hard to adhere to a lot of or all of the students' wants and needs, there is some dissatisfaction with the school and some concerns that have been voiced to me. Oh yeah, and just another thing that our subcommittee has been doing, we have seen a lot of food waste. I mentioned earlier, students said, I believe it was 2 to 3 days a week, they'll take a fruit because they have to meet the requirements. Like every meal has to have a fruit or vegetable in it. But yeah, on average 2 days a week, students reported that they take those foods and then throw them away. So our subcommittee set up a donation bin, and we got a refrigerator moved into the cafeteria so that we could preserve and store those extra foods. Students who were obviously intact, whole, and either whole, healthy fruits or prepackaged foods that hadn't been opened. And either students that are still hungry can open the fridge and take something, or after about a week, I will make a trip to the survival center and donate all of the extra food, just so we're bringing down that food waste. Yeah, that's all I have.
Charlie's doing some great work, so if you have any questions for him, please ask.
Great, thank you. And are you done with the report?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Yes, Member Weisenford.
Yeah, so Charlie, thank you so much, and thank you all for being, I'm just going to look at the screen, okay? And I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I can't see you really. Thank you for being persistent about this issue. You know, we've heard you talk about this on several occasions now, and I, along with the bathroom issues, have been really concerned about, especially about this issue of quantity of food, especially since that, certainly as you pointed out, disproportionately affects low-income students who don't bring their own lunch. And I do want to say publicly that on 218, I did request that an item regarding school lunches be put on this agenda. I also requested to have an analysis of what we're spending on food, who our vendors are, and whether there have been changes over time in costs and allocations. So, and you know, I did ask also the superintendent to share her thoughts about what she makes of the claims of the low quantity and the poor quality of the food. I didn't receive any response to my request, and so I wrote again on March 7th. Because I think this is really an important issue. So I do hope that at some point somebody will respond to that request. I believe another member made a similar request to put it on the agenda, and that at some point we can seriously discuss it as a body and make some changes. So thank you for bringing it to us.
Member Sanders-Sullivan.
Thank you for the novel work on the food waste, both making it available to students, is it throughout the day after lunch or throughout the day, basically? that how it's accessed, just as needed?
The bin and refrigerator is in the cafeteria, so they would have to take it during lunch hours.
Yeah.
But if there's extra packaged food, they can store it, stuff like that.
Earlier in the year, the student union, we had a fundraiser where we made about $1,000, and that was specifically to go towards food and food insecurity. It was in November, so that was very timely for us. And we also set up an anonymous, like, we bought a bunch of non-perishable food from Costco, and now, so there's like a form, students can fill it out, and then our faculty advisor, she's the only person who will look at it, and then she can deliver it to the students. So that's another way that we've set up access to food. So a little, not in his subcommittee because it's not lunch, but we have another way for students to get food. in that
Thank you
sense.
for sharing that. That's awesome. And also making the trip to the Survival Center is wonderful. Thank you.
Member Bartoli?
Sorry, I may have missed you sharing this, but how many students ended up completing your survey, and what percentage were concerned about the quantities of food?
Yeah, so the survey didn't get as many responses as we wanted. We got about 55, which is a smaller portion, but definitely enough to get a broad sample size of the student body. What specifically were you asking for, data?
The question of quantity, which I think is an important one, I wanted to get a sense. You said that was the most significant concern, and I'm wondering of the 55.
Yeah, so we asked on just a scale of 1 to 3 how they rated the quantity, and that came out, it averaged out to around 2 out of 3, so about 66%.
Thank you.
I also do want to add that we do an annual survey in, we'll probably do it in April this year. So we can present, we'll add some questions around, we can add some question around quantity to that survey. We already have a question about quality of the school lunches that we can also add to, and we can revisit this issue when we have that data. That survey usually gets way more responses. It's about 450 every year because we actually have designated class time for it. So when we have that, we can revisit it, but we wanted to get a head start on the work, which is why we did a survey earlier in the year.
Thank you. One other question then, in addition to that. So, I think you mentioned this, but at this point, the portion sizes and the food that is served reflects a set of regulations from the USDA and from the Department of Secondary Education. Is that correct?
Yeah, so obviously the nutrition department has a lot of say in how they allocate the different calories, portion sizes, stuff like that, but it is under a set regulation per meal.
And has Freshhampton indicated whether there's any flexibility in that?
There's no flexibility to the absolutes, but again, they can wiggle things around inside those boundaries.
Great, thank you.
Every time we've met with Freshhampton, they've been really, they want to know what lunches students like. So a large part of us doing this is, and getting a detailed, a rating on each of the lunches is so we can give that feedback to them, and then they can make the options. Like, for instance, the in-house options that are, I would assume, more expensive to make. If people like the chicken marsala the chickpea marsala more than the falafel wrap, then that kind of swap out can be made, because that's more what we're working with than actually being able to, there's no flexibility with the calorie or even the food groups. There's specific food group limits, and yeah.
Thank you.
Member Martin?
Thank you both so much. Really appreciate you coming and keeping us up to date on these issues. Just 3 different questions, but following up on this. So just to be clear, is there wiggle room to increase the quantity, or there's not?
No, there's not wiggle room to really.
So you're doing these workarounds of taking food that people don't want and redistributing that, and people who bring their lunch also getting the free lunch and redistributing that way?
Yes, that's exactly why we're doing these workarounds. I would also say that there's probably ways to do a larger, okay, so you can get 1 lunch for free. If you could get a second lunch for free, or if we have let's say we have 950, I'm thinking on you guys, we're doing our scale, I'm wondering, and I don't know how possible this is, but on a school committee scale, if there's a way where you can like allow a second lunch for free, or, and I don't know how possible that is because, or like maybe a max lunches can be distributed for for free for how many students are in the school, and then students who need that second lunch can go back through and take from like this stockpile of lunches that aren't being used by students who bring their lunches in from home, because that would also allow Fresh Hampton to get more funding, because they get funding for every meal that is purchased. So I'm like, I have no clue. You guys would have to tell me how feasible that is, and probably I don't know, probably superintendent would know more than I would about this actual situation. But that's my idea, is like having like a bank of 850, 860 free meals that then can be distributed. That's my idea, at least.
Well, creativity is great. We definitely need that. Two other questions. The negative response to the geothermal was about parking or something else?
Parking.
Okay, not a surprise.
Yes.
Did you feel like there was any information given about how that's going to be managed in a way that will be least disruptive?
I think that the problem is that this project is still in the flux phase. Like, we don't really know what's exactly happening. So it's hard for our principal to make assurances. And I think that the thing that a lot of people are so the solution that he's giving is that the stadium parking lot will be open. And I think that this response we've received from a lot of students has been, there's not enough parking in the stadium because it's already almost full.
Right.
But Charlie, you should talk more about this.
Yeah, there's been a decent amount of kind of parking disturbances where in the main lot where students purchase spots, the kids that bought spots, they're being taken by people who don't have spots, and they're having to move down to the stadium. And again, with the snow, spots get covered up from the plow. So there's been already a good amount of discomfort with that. And then when it's announced that that part of the parking lot's going to be dug up, faculty spots will get filled down to the student spots. The student spots will have to move to the stadium. That's created generally a bit of tension because there might not be enough spots in the stadium, and if there isn't, all other spots around the school are generally full. Street parking's very limited, so there's kind of a lot of discomfort with that.
Yeah, I think also just not knowing how long or when the exact time frame of the project. Like, again, there's not really anything we can do about that at the moment, and so like I know we communicate that as best as we can, but it's just an awkward moment where it has to happen so fast and there's no workaround, and it's going to be a good thing in the end for our schools.
But yeah, good communication as much as possible proactively, and to the neighborhoods too, because they're going to be impacted for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember I've talked to the city councilors about this issue of like parking in the neighborhoods and like blocking driveways and stuff. So definitely next school year, there should be like a little bit of a briefing for the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, because even sophomores, end of their sophomore year, they learn to drive, and I think that was a little bit missed at the last meeting. So there should just like a parking etiquette. I know it sounds a little bit ridiculous, but I think that maybe that's something that you guys should push to go over.
Makes sense. My last question is, how are the bathrooms going? Do we have new campus, safety monitors in place? Any change that you're noticing in terms of bathrooms being open?
Since the start of the semester, there's been hall monitors sitting at each bathroom with a sign-out sheet, making kids take down their time they go in and time they come out. Generally, I'd say it's pretty relaxed in the enforcement. I think a lot of times there's still lines even just to get to the sign-up sheet, which is never a great look, especially knowing that there's a hall monitor right there watching it happen. That being said, I'd say it's slightly better than like the complete carnage, not carnage, but it was a little bit excessive before, and now there's a bit more order, and if there are extremely large buildups, they will be kicked out, and hall monitors will go in and get them out. But I'd say there's still generally smaller buildups, and still a bit of lack of enforcement.
I had a lunch meeting with Mr. Taglieri about this like yesterday. I think it's like in the real recent past, it's been slightly better. I think that, well, especially like the boys' bathroom, the vandalism, we were just talking about it. There was like a new instance of it where someone crawled underneath the stall to like a closed stall, vandalized that stall, then crawled back underneath. So like the vandalism, it happens still, and I really like seems almost like retaliatory to the new rules, I would say. So anytime there's a new rule, there'll be like a vandalism instance. And I think that I would really like to see in the action that's taken after someone gets caught. The problem is we're not catching that many people, but when someone is caught, I would like them to, like an apology process, some kind of cleanup, because I feel like there's like a real gap in the realization that like you might be trying to hurt administration, but you're just making the lives of the janitors hard. So I think that if we can work some kind of apology into the process, maybe it'll help. At least like they won't be going after the wrong subject for their anger, I feel. And then as far as the girls' bathroom goes, I like today, Ms. Fontaine made me sign in. I was about to stroll in. So I would say there's definitely like the signing in has been like enforced better than the last meeting. But every time I've gone in, even after I've signed in, there's still been like really large groups of girls in the bathroom, or like girls who are there with like their backpack off, they're sitting on the windowsill, and like they've clearly been there a while. So I don't really know like how the sign-ins are being regulated other than like, I don't know at what point they're like, okay, that person has been in there for like 15 minutes. I don't know how that works, because I'm still seeing people who look like they've been there for a very long time. So I also just like, I really still advocate for some kind of training so they can know what they're looking for, what the signs are, because I feel like at least as students, we could definitely help put together a list of like things that we see in the bathrooms, like what to look out for. Like, I mean, like you shouldn't be letting in like six girls at once into a bathroom, for instance, because that's obviously, or I saw like 2 girls come out of one stall like literally yesterday. I was like, what are you doing in there? So, yeah.
Thank you both. Appreciate the update.
Member Stein.
Just a few questions. And before, I guess, sort of the question, I'll just observe that it seems like it would be a good idea for us to actually look at what the regulations are, what they're tied to, and what mechanisms exist to do the type of things that you're suggesting regarding extra lunches. You know, we have a pretty flush revolving cafeteria fund, thanks to federal and then state free lunch. So it's possible that with some actual examination and focus that I know Member Vice President has been asking for and you all have been asking for, we could actually come up with some solutions at the scale you requested. So I'd like us to do that. The other question I had was also around the bathrooms, which is, do you see any changes to discipline or disciplinary outcomes? Sort of what you're describing, and you know, you're not privy to everything, right? But and I guess maybe this is a question for Dr. Bonner, but like now that you have names and you have all these things, what investigations have happened since then? If there are occurring incidents, how are we using that sign-in data to understand what sort of changes to school culture have been taken up as part of this monitoring? And how are we kind of moving things forward in this regard?
I do just want to say, I don't think that they have caught everyone who's doing this. I was just talking to Mr. Taglieri, and he does say that they don't actually know who these students are. But I would be curious to hear Dr. Bonner's answer about the sign-in data.
I have no comment about the sign-in. I would have to defer to the administration who works the building every day, who actually experiences that. So, the question is unfair. I would have to respond biasly. I do know that I speak to the principal who has really been trying to address the concerns of the student body. And it does take time to train people. So, and then as far as I know, in terms of those students who are doing the vandalism, they're trying to make the effort of catching who those students are, and they will receive the discipline that's actually listed in the conduct, the student conduct book. So they're still working on who that is and identifying who that is.
I see a hand over here. Member Bartoli on the member side. So, yes, Member Bartoli.
So it sounds like we do not have a solution yet for the bathrooms. We're still waiting to see the outcome.
That's not necessarily true. I think that the effort is that working with the new campus monitors who are in there and making sure that they are actually doing their job and taking account of those number of students who are going in and checking the bathrooms in between, which will require some buildup waiting on the line in order for that to occur. And understanding that even though that they may not perceive this job as being important, it is important. It's important for us in terms of making sure that they monitor and do what they have been requested to do, why they were hired. The other concern is too, in terms of, staff can actually help us out. When they realize that their students are missing from their classes, letting administration know that kids did not show up for their class or kids left the classroom and haven't returned, that could help as well. And then there was another suggestion that for the very first 15 minutes of class, that students are not out in the hallway, that they are in class. And so to help with that transition of making sure that people are out of the hallway, and then for the campus monitors to better monitor those students who are going in and out and making sure that there's an allotted time in terms of, okay, it's been 5 minutes, that should be sufficient. You need to now get back to class. So those are things that happen. The administration at the building, school building, is working on those things and have been diligent in trying to address those matters. There was a mention that their students are kind of fighting back, pushing back in terms of the new rules. And so that happens when there's trying to change culture. Culture doesn't change overnight. It is a learning process for people to get used to the new rules, for one, whether they appreciate them or not. But in terms of students who are vandalizing, again, maybe we need to notify our families to say, this is public property. This is, take pride in your school. Why is this happening? And really talking to your children about, that's not the appropriate way to behave. So that's one piece. So.
I just want to say that I did talk to Mr. Taglieri, and he did confirm, as Dr. Bonham mentioned, that he did talk to the campus monitors specifically about the fake names that we were bringing up. So I think that that's accurate to say that that has also been addressed. And I also do just want to say, as what Dr. Bonner just was ending on, families do get notified. I'm pretty sure that that's part of the procedure, the disciplinary procedure. So when this vandalism occurs and they're caught for it, that is something that the families would be notified about.
Member Stein.
I really don't want to have to say this, but I'm going to, and it's really for the community at this point. We've had, I don't know how many conversations about the bathrooms, and we have a chief executive who's been unable to talk to us about the details credibly numerous times. Last time we had to hear about how doors should be propped. We were told by the students they're already propped. We're told the parents need to be notified. Turns out they're already notified. And when asked specifically if we've solved the problem, the answer is, I don't know. I'd have to talk to the principals, as if this person's not in charge of the principal, as if this person doesn't interpret and enforce policy for this district. And it's really frustrating for me to hear those types of answers given to our students in our community when they bring challenges like this over and over again. And there's sort of an absence of taking ownership of a problem. We knew that you'd be back tonight. I think it was pretty foreseeable that everyone here would ask you about this issue. If I'm in that seat, I'm asking the principal, what's been going on? What are your challenges? How's it going? I'm going to get asked about this tonight. Maybe I spent some time in the building. Maybe I met those new monitors. Maybe I talked to them about the process and what their challenges are. I think ownership of issues goes a long way, and it's something we got to look at in our next hire. Thank you.
And Mr. Taglieri did ask to meet with me because he knew that it was going to come up tonight. So that's why I'm more prepared than I was last time. So I do just want to give him credit for preparing me to answer all your questions, too.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
First, thank you all so much for your report, and thank you for continuing to highlight the bathroom and the school lunch issues. I know that like you're constrained by the USDA requirements and everything, but there are things that we can do, and I agree with what Member Stein said, that we need to work within the parameters we have, which are not ideal, but we can figure out a way to make it so that kids aren't hungry, because you can't learn when you're hungry. And the whole purpose of the school lunch program, and especially making it free, is so that children have the fuel they need to succeed. So having to hear that kids are hungry and are asking their friends who bring lunch from home to get a lunch for them is really disheartening, and is part of the issues that we have the ability to solve. So we just need to take the time and dig into it. And I asked for that, and I know that it's budget season, so it probably won't get, hopefully it will be on the next meeting agenda to start talking about that conversation. So yeah, so there is that. And then as far as the bathrooms, I just have to admit that I am personally very disappointed. I mean, my parents went to school in the 70s. People were smoking in the bathrooms in the 70s. They were like vandalizing the bathrooms in the 70s. This is not a new thing. Keeping bathrooms open is like a basic function. And the fact that this has been going on for years kind of blows my mind. The fact that we still don't have a solution for it, the fact that we don't even know who's doing it, the fact that people were putting fake names, that all of it, it just seems like really, really, really poor management. And I'm really sad that that has to be said, because there's no reason that the bathrooms are not fully functional. And I would like to point out, like I did last month, functional bathrooms are a health issue, they're a safety issue, they're an environmental issue, they're a civil rights issue. We're very, very lucky that we haven't had complaints go beyond this school committee about lack of access to the bathrooms, and the fact that it has not been made a priority that the bathrooms are fully functional at all times is very disappointing to me, and really just something that we should not be accepting of as not only just a body, but also as a city.
And our custodians work really hard to get them up and running. I just want to make sure that we thank them for their work and how they have to do this day after day, because it's, whenever I talk with them about it, it's really sad that they suffer from just a complete misalignment of anger.
It is really too bad that they do have to deal with it. But I mean, I do want to note that I'm hearing that Principal Taglieri is working on this and working on this with the students. And this is something that we have been talking about. We appropriated more money for it. So it's not that nothing's being done. It is being worked on. This does seem like an oddly challenging problem.
Yeah. Let's definitely just keep talking about it, because I really feel like, working with students to understand how this affects other people in our building, I think that that's something that we can work with. I really think that, we're all human, and if we see the effects, like I would think, I believe in my fellow students to have empathy for those around them, and I think that we should try and take that route. And I understand that maybe that's too idealistic of me to expect, seeing like, okay, these are the custodians that clean up the stuff you draw every day. Maybe that's too idealistic of me, but I would love to see that try. And I agree, Mr. Taglieri, everyone is working on this. I think that a couple more policies, a couple more expectations to be clearly communicated to staff. If we knew exactly how the sign-in data was working, I'm sure I'll talk to him about that tomorrow. Like all that stuff, I totally agree. There's progress is being made, but as long as we keep having these conversations and are able to track it and track the progress and track what's working and what's not, I agree. We can all work together to solve this issue.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Charlie. Any other questions or comments for students? All right, thank you very much. Thanks for filling in for Anna Lucia. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, next up, we have public comment. And if you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom or sign up on the sheet here in the room. You can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record, at Northampton-school-committee at northampton-k12.us. And it will be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. School committee does not respond during public comment, as it's the public's time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. And to protect privacy rights, we ask that in your comments you do not use the names of students or personnel. There is a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation was requested or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested at the start, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. Thank you, Cassie. So I'll be setting a timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. And according to the rules of procedure, the school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. So we are beginning public comment at 7:12, and the first person is Meg Robbins.
Gosh, I thought I was second on the list. Meg Robbins, Northampton. Tonight, you're going to hear the first look at your budget, which is always a big night for the school committee and for the community. And being in your seat, I know the incredible weight of that responsibility. I'm looking forward to, and I sincerely want to say just very briefly, that I hope this year the school committee and the chair and the city council and the mayor can work deliberatively together to create a budget that best meets the needs of the children in front of us right now. And that is a conversation that hopefully will start soon with the powers that be in each body. And I just leave that with you. And thank you for all the hard work you're going to do in order to see that that happens.
Thank you. Okay, on Zoom, Gaurav Jashnani. Oh, we cannot hear you if I think you're speaking, but we can't hear you. Okay, we'll go to the next person and then come back. Next on Zoom is Shelley.
Good evening, Shelley Berkowitz, Northampton, Ward 1. So thank you, first of all, to the new school board. I'm excited and hope that you will be able to work productively and effectively to get a lot done this year. Last year, the school board voted overwhelmingly in favor of passing the strong school budget. Yet, the mayor chose to ignore the school committee's will and recommended a lower funded budget to the city council, which rubber stamped the mayor's ask, which resulted in staff funding cuts in our schools. And here we are again. This year, the mayor is seeking to further reduce the school budget by another, what I heard, $500,000 from listening to a meeting recently, less than even level services, which would cause yet more staff cuts in our already crisis-level underfunded schools. All while millions are stashed away in bank accounts to save for exorbitantly expensive, unnecessary, and frankly unwanted projects such as Picture Main Street. I believe what we are repeatedly seeing it with school funding is an example of a process known as retroactive fudging, frequently employed by students in organic chemistry and other science labs. I know this from my nerdy college days. You know the quantitative result that you want to achieve in the end. You work backwards. You enter numbers that make the outcome very close to, but not exactly where you want it to end up. So it comes across as a believable, true process rather than a fake process. I recognize this pattern since, as I said, during organic chemistry, once when somebody stole caffeine from my drawer, which was my assignment to synthesize, and I knew my professor would not believe that it was stolen, I worked backwards. I used the amount of caffeine that I had left to recreate the numbers in each step of the process to show how I ended up with the amount that actually remained in my drawer after the theft, right? Well, how is this relevant to school funding, you might ask? Here, as I see, the mayor starts with a lowball number, then throws us crumbs back later on to the schools and appear more as a heroine. I sincerely hope this time around the mayor will want to truly be a heroine for funding and support the strong budget, which I hope the school committee will recommend, as many in the public who are now more educated and savvy than they were before, and they realize what this means to our schools, and they will vote accordingly when the time comes. And an afterthought, I thought of this, and others have said the same thing, that maybe whatever money we have would be best spent on boots on the ground rather than expensive, high administrative positions such as the superintendent, who may not advocate for our school, our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, was that Shelley Berkowitz?
In the room is Christine Mark.
Hi, I'm Christine Mark. I live in Northampton. Thank you all for the chance to be here and for the work that you do. I have 4 kids who've been through a lot of different school settings, including many years in the Northampton Public Schools, and I'm here tonight to ask for your help to make co-curricular and extracurricular activities in MPS more fair and inclusive without extra financial cost. Currently, Northampton homeschoolers are welcome on Northampton High School sports teams as long as they follow school committee policy, and I think this is great. There's 2 things I want to call attention to that are less great and hope we can do better. The first is that the homeschooler, that same homeschooler from Northampton who wants to participate in after-school clubs cannot. They're told no. This happened to my eldest child who graduates from college in May, so that ship has sailed, but I'm here to represent the family who finds himself in that situation where their kid has found their people, but they're excluded. The second inequity I want to call attention to is non-homeschool, non-NHS students who live in Northampton cannot join NHS sports teams, even when their school doesn't offer the sport they want to play. This is happening right now for my son relating to Ultimate Frisbee. He agonized over the decision between NHS and Smith Voke, but he's very into the shops and hands-on. He was on Ultimate in middle school, was a co-captain. The coach of the Northampton High School has said that he would love to have him on the team. In the past, Smith Voke students were allowed to be on the team. When we tried to resolve this, we were told that he can't because of policy JJ, school committee policy JJ, and also because of some MIAA stipulation of Ultimate not being a recognized sport. To the point about policy JJ, I think this could be addressed by adding 4 words to policy JJ and doing some light editing to a sub-policy to which it refers, and I have drafted that, if that's helpful, if people want it. To the second point, it turns out MIAA rules say that for Northampton High School to be compliant, that they need to treat all schools, even all sports, not even non-recognized sports, with the same rules. So that would put Ultimate back into the mix in terms of being part of this. The school committee has control to help with this, and I hope that you will. It would be so meaningful to kids and families, and please know that I appreciate that this is one of many priorities to consider, and so thank you for listening and considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go back to Gaurav Jashnani. Still cannot hear you. Okay. Not hearing anything. Okay, we'll come back. Jessica Jones on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For some reason I can't turn on my video, but that's okay. Hi, my name is Jess Jones. I'm a Northampton parent. Oh, turn my video. This is exciting. I'm better in person. I'm a Northampton parent with one child at Jackson Street School and another starting this fall. The YMCA has provided reliable, licensed after-school care in our district for many years. My partner and I both work full-time, and we rely on dependable after-school care. In November 2025, this committee voted to implement a district-run after-school program beginning this upcoming fall, 2026. That's the timeline reflected in the November meeting minutes, which I read. And we are months away from the fall without concrete information for families about staffing, licensing capacity, hours, or daily structure. The November minutes acknowledge how complex this work is, the licensing, the coordinators, the oversight, the hiring, with budget projections described as difficult because of many unknowns. And as of last night's PTO meeting, our school has still received no details about implementation. It doesn't appear that the district is ready for the fall. Meanwhile, the YMCA registration for after-school care should be open soon, but it seems like they don't even know if they'll be allowed to operate next year. Families can't make responsible decisions without this basic clarity. Notably, the minutes show that the district's original intention was to pilot in tandem with the YMCA. I believe the MOU being voted on tonight simply enables that continuity while the district completes the heavy lifting you identified yourselves. If I have that wrong, it's because communication around all of these plans has been rather lacking. My ask tonight is that you vote to approve the MOU. It gives Northampton families a dependable, licensed option for next year, while the district completes work on staffing, licensing, budgeting, building level preparation that your own record already recognizes as necessary. This is about continuity and clarity for children and working families. That's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Angela Wack.
Good evening. I want to start by clearing something up. Some of you may have received an email from the YMCA stating that I am a school committee member, and I am not. I am just a community member that is concerned about equity in Northampton. That same letter criticizes me for not reaching out to leadership at the YMCA before raising concerns, while blasting those concerns to every caregiver in the community without ever reaching out to me first. I'll let that speak for itself. This response was also revealing. They disputed my claims about voucher registration, then confirmed that yes, other area YMCAs do use different processes for voucher families, more equitable processes. Their explanation, they have different software. Holyoke and Greenfield have solved that issue. Ours hasn't in years, despite families raising the issue directly with the YMCA here. That is not a software problem, that is a priorities problem. And this isn't new. Families have brought equity concerns to YMCA leadership before, only to find them dismissed or deferred. I don't raise this to be combative. I raise it because a long-term MOU is a significant commitment and this committee deserves the full picture. The letter closes with a pressure tactic. Sign soon or we can't guarantee services next year. Families deserve better than being used as leverage, and the YMCA has provided aftercare for years without an MOU. So why can't they do it for one more? I have heard from many caregivers since the YMCA sent out that email, and their message is clear. Please do not sign an MOU at this time. Continue the current arrangement, giving the Y time to address equity, accessibility, and common student removal practices that raise more questions than concerns, while giving our incoming superintendent the chance to evaluate equitable aftercare for Northampton families. Thank you for the work you are doing for all our students, and equity is all I'm asking for.
Thank you. Okay. On Zoom is Laura E.
Hello, I'm sure my video is starting. Okay, there we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Laura Ernie in Ward 5 Florence with kids at Leeds Elementary. I've been speaking up mostly about ed tech issues, but tonight I wanted to make a comment supporting a strong smartphone-free policy at NPS, as I know a vote is coming sometime in the next month or so, hopefully. Smartphones and social media go hand in hand. I think all of us kind of feel that way. You may be following the trials in California, which involves over 1,500 families and over 2,000 school districts across the nation that are accusing Meta, Facebook, and Instagram, YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok, and now Roblox for designing their products to be addictive. These are the tobacco trials of this generation. Now we know that these companies deliberately designed for addiction, and testimony from a Meta whistleblower revealed last week that they realized their shift from chronological feed to algorithmic feed before 2019 was leading to eating disorder rabbit holes, self-harm downward spirals. Essentially, it was leading to addiction. Kids and parents trying to raise healthy kids don't stand a chance when social media containing devices are so ubiquitous in our environment. Children do not have a mature enough frontal cortex to help resist checking a phone that is delivering constant notifications in their pocket. It's hard for adults to resist this. It's much, much harder for kids. Mobile devices not only distract students from schoolwork, but prevent them from engaging with each other. Studies show that the heaviest smartphone and our social media users are the most depressed, the most lonely. Jonathan Haidt says it like this: smartphones impede learning, stunt relationships, and lessen belonging. This is counter to everything we value in our Northampton community. Tuesday, there was an altercation at NHS that a crowd of students started filming and posting to social media, refusing to clear the area for responders. Recently, a stay-in-place alarm was largely ignored by NHS students who were wearing earbuds, who could not hear teachers beckoning them to come into the classroom. Students at NHS, as we talked about earlier, are filming vandalism in action in the bathrooms for social media. Last month, a JFK student assaulted another student in the bathroom so that they could film it on their phone and post it on TikTok for likes, comments, and followers. This is all addictive behavior. The adults in this room need to help. So providing a lockable phone pouches or phone lockers at school are the most likely way to produce substantial benefits of a phone-free policy, because they allow students at a full school day away from their phones. Away in student lockers and backpacks is simply not enough. Phones and social media provide an avenue for avoidance, and avoidance is not a healthy habit for adults to accommodate. Friction, on the other hand, is inherent to learning, whether that learning is in math class, the hallway, or in the cafeteria, academic, emotional, or social. Our kids need support to face friction. Many of them want it. It is not a cure-all to give students a 6-hour break from their phones, but it's an incredibly cost-effective, rapid intervention that positively affects individual students and school communities. As good for teachers and parents.
Sorry, that's time. Could you please finish your sentence?
Okay. Yep. So let's keep up with the world and do what's good for our schools. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay. Al Simon.
Good evening. Al Simon. I live in Ward 2. As somebody who was intimately involved in the municipal election process last year, I've been looking forward to see what the result of that actually was. How will our new public officials operate? What will be different? What did we learn? And I'm very glad to say that I think the school committee is an upgrade over the prior one. Last year, there was huge public pressure that finally led to a mid-year appropriation. And this year, you basically took it up as your first order of business to deal with immediate needs. So I thank you. We did see, though, what the mayor did with that request, which is basically to ignore this committee, submit her own proposal without collaboration. I understand you're going to decide between 3 budget options tonight. The first one would be a budget that would lead to a 3rd year in a row of service reductions. The second budget maintains a level of service that has already been underfunded. And the third meets student need. Now, you all know the system of government we have here and how there is singular authority on who decides what money gets spent and where it goes. So I think it's quite obvious to me that the thing you ought to do is to simply advocate for the students, is to tell the city what the students need, and the person with the singular authority will make her decision. It's also correct that if you have singular authority, you also have singular responsibility for the consequences of those decisions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to GJ and the thought that it is Gaurav Jashnani.
Hi, I apologize for my technical issues. I don't know what's going on today. Can people hear me okay?
Yes, we can actually hear you.
Great, wonderful. And can you see me?
No.
Okay, yeah, this has never happened. All right, well, you can hear me, which is the important part. I'm requesting accommodations, and thank you all for the time. I'm here to say that we have a lot of great educators in our district, but special education has been a train wreck, and as you know, it has been for some time. It's certainly a train wreck under the current director. Today, as Al was just mentioning, is the first major budget meeting. We had a major finding of legal issues in special education this past August, in which the state said that there are widespread violations of state law, and there are supposed to be improvements now happening. The state has put us on watch. It's important that you all know where things are at. So I wanted to share with you parts of a presentation that was given to CPAC earlier this week by consultants that the district has hired, and they've been hired to try to repair, and this is their language, not mine, to repair some of the harm that has been done, right? Harm that has been done to our children and our families by our district's student services office, student services director, and other parties, like school principals and other people with oversight of IEPs and special education. So I wanted to share a few of the highlights, or I don't know if you'd call it lowlights, from the slide deck that the district consultants presented. And you'll hear, this is what they have heard since starting this work just in the last few months. But you'll hear that it's really similar in a lot of ways to some of the case collaborative report from last year and then the one they just presented. They described, and I'm quoting, and I'm quoting from the slides. They described a long-standing breakdown of trust, right? This is what parents reported back to them, what we are experiencing, what we're perceiving. Decisions about IEPs are often budget-driven, right? That's where you all come in, rather than child-centered. Many parents use language like smoke and mirrors to describe communication and engagement efforts from student services. The erosion of trust is primarily about systems, leadership, and decision-making processes. Again, it's a problem at the top of student services and with our administrators. Families describe needing to push persistently for information and clarity about IEPs. Special education is experienced as focused on compliance and fitting students into predetermined models rather than adapting services to individual needs. And again, I'll emphasize, doing good work costs money. Doing special education right costs money, and it also requires committed, serious leadership. Parents report frustration with IEPs that feel generic or insufficiently responsive. Limited collaboration in IEP development. Needing to seek private evaluations to obtain appropriate recommendations and therefore services. If you don't have money, you can't get what your kids need. They also talked about special ed in its current model being driven by cost-saving efforts, access to services that feels inequitable, over-reliance on paraprofessionals without sufficient oversight. What do we need for oversight? Staffing. What do we need for staffing? Adequate budget. And systems that are unstable or fragile. Finally, they talked about exhaustion, grief, and ambivalence from parents about even engaging at all. Concerns about the scope of missed special education services, and concerns about the availability of data documenting those missed services. We're in a moment now where our Student Services Office and our district is supposed to be complying with state law and documenting the services. I don't know how to put it delicately, but Student Services has set a bizarrely high bar for when a service is worth reporting as missed. A student who's supposed to have a paraeducator 5 days a week could miss that paraeducator 2 days a week into infinity, and there's no reporting. The threshold is too high, and so, as you know, we pushed to get some data. The data was not presented in an accessible way, and we need better. In terms of this information I'm sharing with you, again, coming from consultants hired by the district, I want to add a couple more things and I'll wrap up. We discussed these slides at CPAC. The consultants asked us what was missing. What the group discussed is that what has happened in our schools to our children and what is still happening now is violence. And it is intentional. This is not things being overlooked. This is not an accident. It's a series of choices. We have chosen not to follow the law. We have chosen to ignore IEPs. We just learned that disabled children have been put in seclusion at all 4 of our elementary schools. We have been choosing to physically and psychologically harm our kids as a district. Just yesterday, I ran into a parent I didn't know. I've never met this person in my life. And she repeatedly used words like lying, gaslighting, and setting my kid back years to describe her experience of the director of special education and our special education overall in our district. I was shocked, but sadly, I was not surprised. We have underfunded our schools, including special education, and it is imperative that you all know as school committee that this is not harmless. It is violence, it is ableism, it is inequity. We continue to have significant IEP violations. I, as a random parent in the district, have heard from multiple parents about IEPs being ignored for weeks or even months. This year, since DESI found that we had rampant violations that we needed to address, we don't have enough interventionists. We have a widespread bullying problem. None of this will be solved without money. So I implore you all, I'm pleading with you all to please not only vote for the strong budget, but I'm asking you, Mayor Chiara, think about the fact that our kids are being harmed. We have disabled children who are harmed in serious psychological ways in this district because we will not fund the school budget enough to meet their needs. Please think about that when you think about what budget you are bringing to City Council. Please think about the harm that doesn't need to keep happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Mayor Shara, I forgot to hit the record button. So
Oh dear. Well, NOM is recording.
True.
So, but let's hit it now. Did you?
Recording in progress.
There we go.
Great.
Sorry.
It's okay. Thankfully, we have 2 systems recording. Next is Lisa Modenos.
Lisa Modinos, Florence. March is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. According to the Developmental Disabilities Act, developmental disability is a severe chronic disability that manifests before the age of 22, results in substantial functional limitations in 3 or more of the following: self-care, receptive and expressive language, learning, mobility, self-direction, capacity for independent living, economic self-sufficiency, and reflects an individual's need for a combination and sequence of special and interdisciplinary services, supports, and assistance that is essentially lifelong. For most people with developmental disabilities, public school is where they first gain access to such supports, where they're provided with individualized services to help them learn, grow, and develop into their full potentials, sequentially, consistently, and the earlier, the better. Public school is a space where children with developmental disabilities have the most rights to access such services and supports. When we cut public school budgets, we harm children with developmental disabilities. Their support systems are hardest hit, disrupting the sequence and consistency they need. In our already struggling district, where these systems have been disrupted for years, the mayor is choosing to cut our school budget again. And I want to emphasize the word choose here because this is indeed a choice. The mayor's choice to prioritize putting money into projects that are neither immediately necessary nor vital, while cutting our public school budget, reflects our conservative approach to using our money in ways that do not tend to our community's needs. Her choice to prioritize hoarding money to fully manifest PMS as it continues to become more delayed, expensive, and problematic, while children's civil rights are violated in our schools, reflects her values of choosing capital over children and choosing revenue for private investment over public systems and services. This is not progressive, it's neoliberalism, and it harms children. March is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. It is a month to promote inclusion and to work to eliminate barriers to support systems for people with developmental disabilities. As our school committee, it's your role to advocate for what our schools need, to remember that 1 in 6 children has a developmental disability, and that it's through public schools where they may access resources to help them reach their full potentials. The city has the money for the strong budget, so please advocate for it with one another, with your colleagues on city council, and publicly too. As public education is attacked by fascists on the federal level, you, as our school committee, should make the choice to wholeheartedly support, defend, and fight to fully fund public education in Northampton, not further cut its budget, especially now, especially this month, and especially today, which is the 36th anniversary of the Capitol Crawl civil rights protest that cemented the passing of the ADA. Without the ADA, my child could not go to public school. My last line. So please make the right choice for all of our children and choose the strong budget for our public schools. Thank you.
Emily Loffer on Zoom.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Loffer. I am in Florence. I am coming to speak about the YMCA after-school program. And oddly enough, this is the second time that I have spoken about this program. About 5 or 6 years ago, the schools sort of were in the same position as they are now. And they were moving to remove the YMCA from the schools. I am still in the same position in which I am asking the committee to consider collaborating and signing the MOA with the YMCA. And the reason why is because the YMCA is the only after-school provider that provides access to families that receive vouchers. I understand that there was some talk around the school trying to implement, vouchers. I don't think that's a realistic thing to do, especially given our timeline. I also feel like the school district hasn't thought through if staff are going to want to stay until 6 p.m. or if this after-school program that's being introduced is even going to be open until 6 p.m. What the YMCA provides to parents is stable and reliable after-school care. I am a single mother. I am a parent of color, I have children of color, and I have sort of backed off on coming and advocating to this city because we are, quite frankly, an invisible population here. And I found that introducing a competitive school program will exacerbate the income discrepancy in our town. If the YMCA is the only program that provides access to families that receive vouchers, and you're introducing a competitive school program that does not, that means income eligible families will attend one school program and other families will not. I'm sure there's been discussion about this. I'm sure there's a sliding scale. I'm sure there's all of these other things, but you have to keep your voucher open throughout the year in order to access summer camps and to keep it alive during the year. I also feel that the YMCA needs to put in work to make their program more accessible to children with disabilities and children with behavioral challenges. Because they are monopolizing this place, this after-school place, parents whose children don't fit into the YMCA standards, their children are getting pushed out. So I think it is I'm asking the committee to collaborate with the YMCA.
Emily,
and
that's
have them-
time. Can you just finish your point?
Yep. I'm asking the committee to collaborate with the Y and have them implement policies and practices that are inclusive to everybody. And I'm asking the committee to vote on the MOA tonight so that we know that we have stable childcare and accessible childcare for September. Thank you.
Okay, next is Ronnie Gold.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Gold, 15 Linden Street, Northampton, with a daughter at NHS and another at JFK. I'm here tonight to share my congratulations to Dr. Bonner on your new upcoming position with CES. And I know I'm not alone in wanting to thank you for your leadership for the last 3 years here with NPS. Well, as you know, you and I have at times agreed and at times disagreed on various issues in the district. But I've always admired and appreciated your strong and effective leadership. It is a very unique and special leader who can persevere with such professionalism and commitment through the incredibly challenging times and conditions our previous and in part our current school committee subjected you to, as did many in our community as well. From the get-go in your first year, you were tasked by the school committee with addressing a very challenging budget, and you developed a budget that reflected the task you were given. Sadly, many months of significant turmoil erupted in our community as neither the city nor the school committee supported your recommendation. Instead, they pulled in opposite directions of your budget, only to arrive months later at the budget you initially proposed. If only you got the support that you deserved in your first year, imagine how different things might be now. Over these last 3 years under your leadership, you've actually rebuilt Northampton Public Schools' administrative leadership team. 5 of our 6 principals were hired, as were our curriculum and special education directors. I wish after building this highly regarded administrative team, the last and current school committees would have given you the opportunity to lead as well. You also respectfully persevered through a relentless level of vitriolic attacks, were repeatedly criticized for how your tone wasn't okay in our community, and you were subjected to borderline harassment from some members of the previous and current school committee, as well as from some members of our community. Knowing the important, impactful, positive changes you brought to Northampton schools and how you were able to remain as committed and professional through these incredibly challenging times, it is quite clear why CES selected you as their next leader, and I wish you the best of luck. Finally, as we look to our next superintendent, I hope the search committee is not only looking forwards towards what we need in our next leader, but also reflecting back on our district's recent history and the fact that Dr. Bonner is now the 3rd Black administrator in the last 5 years who decided or was told that Northampton was not the right fit for them. While our school committee and community has made symbolic efforts towards being a diverse and inclusive district, it seems clear that our district and community has a lot of work to do to truly shows that it practices what it preaches. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Masaborski.
Melissa Macaborski, live in Northampton. I'm hoping we can take a minute to talk about honesty. I would love to see us starting from a point where we're all honest with each other. The reality is that what's happened here in Northampton is that Mayor Chiara has squeezed our school budget and our services in order to pay for the Picture Main Street project. We know it's going to cost millions more than projected. We know it's going to be pushed out much more than 6 months. And we know that there's multiple issues that are all going to be coming to light, all very costly over the next couple of months. I'm hoping for some honesty from her with cost projections and lists of things that the city's going to need to pay for, because we all know that a lot of municipal funds are going to be used to pay for this project if it does in fact happen. So what I would like to see in terms of honesty is CPAC getting the data they're asking for when they ask for it. I would like to see Mayor Chiara, because we know that the budget choice comes down to you. If you do choose to underfund the schools, I would like you to say the following: I'm choosing preventable harm, because that is honest. Thank you.
Thank you. Drew Richard in the room.
My name is Drew Richard. I live on Graves Avenue in Northampton, and I'm the parent of a rising kindergarten student in the Bridge Street district. I want to thank the committee members for their service to the city, and I also want to thank the principal at Bridge Street for setting aside time on March 24th to meet with tech-concerned Bridge Street parents. I look forward to that meeting. As the parent of a rising kindergartner, I was glad to have an opportunity to visit a kindergarten classroom in my neighborhood school. As I understand it, many area schools don't offer these kinds of visits to parents of incoming students. I am concerned about the use of tablets to play educational games that I observed during that visit. At the Bridge Street open house, I was told that kindergartners use tablets for roughly 20 minutes per week, and the use is mostly limited to state-mandated assessments. During my subsequent visit, tablets were used for approximately 35 minutes in a single activity block, and they were used for instruction, not assessment. I happened to be seated next to the table where the tablets were in use, so the screens were visible to me. It did not appear that the students were especially on task or learning well. The tablets succeeded at keeping them in their seats and mostly quiet, but that's behavioral management, not pedagogy. And I fear that it constitutes the load-bearing component of the message we send when we say, as I often hear people saying, that screens are good at keeping students, quote, engaged. The tablet use I observed raises a variety of concerns. For now, I'll articulate one that fits inside a public comment. I believe that many parents have a hard time trusting that the information they get from school educators and administrators about tech use in classrooms is accurate. Building trust necessarily includes policy commitments, and I strongly encourage the school committee to take up the burden of comprehensive policy making so that tensions need not accumulate between parents concerned about tech use and NPS staff. I would also like to read the final paragraph of a New York Times piece that has been making the rounds this week titled, "iPads in Kindergarten, YouTube on Breaks, the School Screen Time Battle." It's a quote from the parent of an elementary schooler in the Hudson Valley, and it captures the mood of many parents in an era when tech companies are heavily invested in capturing school budgets and shaping the habits of elementary school students during the most impressionable stage of their lives. Quote, "I've done everything I can to shepherd my daughter through this world that's already so technology-driven, to shield her childhood, to have her have a normal analog childhood. And I just handed her off to a school district, and they destroyed that within 3 months. End quote. More than many other communities, Northampton is filled with families who think carefully about how best to protect children from the overwhelming forces arrayed against their innocence and individuality. I would ask that the school board actively seek opportunities to side with these families in managing the healthy, gradual integration of technology use into their children's lives. Thank you.
Jessica Bossy.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I just want to thank the committee and everyone for being here. I am Jessica Bossi from Florence. I have 3 kids at the Ryan Road School. I'm here to just talk about the MOU with the YMCA. All 3 of my children are in the YMCA aftercare program, which historically has been stressful enough to enroll them in, generally requiring parents to take the morning off of work that morning that enrollment opens to get in line at 8 a.m. or earlier. Ryan Road is the only school, or at least one of the only schools, that doesn't have any other option for an after-school care program. I understand certainly from knowing other parents and hearing other testimony tonight that there are issues with the YMCA. I'm sure I've heard a lot of commitment, or hope to hear more commitment in working those out. But while we are doing that process, it would be wonderful for parents to have a stable and committed MOU signed so that we are comfortable and confident that there will be options for our children for after-school care in the upcoming school year. So thank you for your time. I'll keep it brief.
Thank you. Next in the room is Andrea Gito.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Gito. I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees, and I want to thank you all for your service and hard work on this committee. I also want to thank the students who went to the State House and met with the governor and senators to discuss our Northampton funding woes. So please spread that to your friends, Charlie. A group of 10 NACE members went to a legislative breakfast on Friday morning that was hosted by the Western Mass Area Labor Federation to advocate for state funding for our schools to the governor and lieutenant governor. And we are headed to the State House again on March 31st for the Ways and Means hearing with the MTA, again to advocate for state funding. Adding state funding is critical for us in Northampton. And also, let's be real, the city of Northampton has the money. At the high school, I heard students talking about bathroom problem, and a big part of the problem in the high school is that we have had a revolving door of leadership that started with a principal that called students asshats in 2022. And as you said, change in culture takes time. Principal Taglieri is doing a great job with the staff to turn around the culture of our high school. A superintendent who blames educators for the problem, saying teachers need to pay more attention to who's not in their classroom, is abhorrent. As if teachers don't do that, even with their 30-some-odd students in a class. They are, I can assure you. We need to hire a superintendent who will be present in our buildings and not just point fingers. Something this committee can do is update the code of conduct with appropriate consequences for inappropriate behavior and provide staffing, including a dean of students to the high school that is a Unit A position, not an administrative position. The budget, my next topic, to restore the cuts has been labeled the strong budget, but it's really just restoring cuts that have happened over the past 2 or 3 years. Please vote for it with a few changes. No new administrators. We don't need added administrative positions. Adding another associate director of student services when our special ed students are drowning is horrific. And I was shocked that the director and the superintendent even had the nerve to present that to us. Adding someone with a six-figure salary that is not student-facing. At the very minimum, we need to add interventionists in every school. We need to add special education teachers in every school and mental health providers to proactively help the students that are screaming for help, students that are vandalizing a bathroom. They need help. I just have one more minute to finish my thought. It's all been unfortunately what the parent discussed about the kindergartner on tablets in kindergarten at Bridge Street School kindergartners do not receive intervention due to the mayor's cuts. So you are right, sir. Our teachers don't want to put kindergartners on tablets. We have no choice if we want to offer direct and targeted instructions to our students. Please vote for a strong budget and tell the superintendent and director of student services that we do not need additional administrators. We need people in front of students. Thank you.
Next is Paula Regano.
Paula Regano, I live on Finn Street in Northampton. I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the things I heard. I'm a staff member at the high school, and I spend 3 out of 4 of my periods directly across from the second floor boys' bathroom. And so I want to just say that I agree. The bathrooms are getting better. The situation is getting better. The biggest problem that remains is transition times. That's the hardest time because not only are students transitioning between classes, but our hall and bathroom monitors are also switching spaces because they do multiple jobs during the day. They're not just hall monitors. They're also maybe a paraeducator or a one-to-one at some other point during the day. And so there's that kind of transition for them as well. And those are some of the gaps that we still need to work on. I heard a couple things said that I just wanted to address. One was false names. Somebody said something about kids writing false names. And the thing you have to remember is we're hiring new people. Like there's layers, right? There's layers to everything. And we're hiring new people to be those bathroom monitors and to be those hall monitors. And if you don't know who kids are, you don't know that they wrote down a false name. So when you have 800 students in a building and you're monitoring bathrooms, that can happen. But it doesn't, again, with time as they get to know people, hopefully that improves, right? Teachers letting kids out of the room. Oftentimes, I can tell you a story just this week. I had a student, I was subbing, covering a classroom. Student arrived to class starts at 9. He came at 9:50. I asked him if you had a pass. He said, I had a pass, but I lost it. So I go to the computer, I'm going to mark him tardy now, right? And I noticed that he's been in the building for 30 minutes. Where has he been? He came in late at 9:22 and did not come to class till 9:50. That is not my fault. I had no control over that. He never came to class, and that often happens in the buildings as well. I think Mr. Taglieri is doing his best. He's trying really hard to address the issues. And I do think we've made a lot of progress, but we still have a lot of work to do. We're going to roll out a pilot program for a digital hall pass. Hopefully that'll make a difference. But we have to give them a chance as well because there's been a huge turnover of staff since April of 2022 between superintendents and administrators at the high school. He, I hope, has the desire to stay. It seems like he wants to be there for the long haul, and I do believe that it'll get better. One of the issues is, and my name appears on the code of conduct. I went to one meeting, but our code of conduct is weak, and our new superintendent, because Dr. Bonner won't be here to do it, has to revisit the code of conduct. Also, we need to stop losing staff bathrooms because we have 4 bathrooms for 100 staff members. They all have to use them at the same 5 minutes in between classes. Thank you.
Okay, Julie Bianco.
Hi, Julie Bianco, Hamden, Mass. First, I want to apologize to Angela Wack for identifying her as a member of the school committee. I shared the information that was sent to me, and it was identified as public record. I did follow up with an email and acknowledging my identification. Sorry. I'm here this evening to speak about the uncertainty surrounding the future of the Y school-age childcare program. For decades, the Y has been a trusted partner serving Northampton families. Currently, the Y serves 221 families in our after-school programs, including 190 families from Northampton, with 23 families using state child care vouchers and 11 families receiving YMCA financial aid. These programs allow parents to work and support their families and remain part of the community. Each year, the Y provides approximately $350,000 in financial assistance so that children and families can participate in programs regardless of their financial circumstances. We are also one of only 2 organizations in the city that accepts state child care vouchers for camp and after-school care. Over the past several years, the Y has made every effort to remain engaged and collaborative in this process with the school district. We have met with the superintendent and the mayor and have participated in conversations about how we can continue to serve families alongside the district's new after-school initiative. Communication throughout this process has been challenging, to say the least. Additionally, no members of the school committee have reached out directly to the YMCA leadership to ask factual questions about our programs and practices. It's also important to clarify that the MOU being discussed relates specifically to school-age childcare services provided in the school, not internal YMCA practices and policies. Our shared goal should be ensuring that Northampton families have reliable access to licensed childcare. At this point, many families are feeling significant uncertainty as they try to plan for the upcoming school year. Stability and clear communication are critical so that the parents and staff can make informed decisions about childcare. I do want to emphasize timing is an important factor. Without a finalized agreement soon, the Y can't guarantee childcare services for the upcoming school year. The Y stands ready to work collaboratively with the district and the city. We believe families benefit when strong community partners work together. There are many opportunities for us to serve more children better together. Tonight, I respectfully ask the committee to ensure that the YMCA is given the opportunity to move forward with an MOU, that further communication is clear, transparent, and timely, and that we work together quickly to finalize an agreement so families can have the clarity and stability they deserve. Families in Northampton depend on these services, and they deserve certainty about the child care they rely on. Thank you for your time.
Everyone on the list. Okay, there's somebody labeled iPhone.
Hi, it's Marisa.
Oh, hi.
These days I'll figure out how to label my phone.
Oh, it's okay. Just please state your name and city or town for the record.
Yep, I'm Marisa Wallace. I am a paraprofessional at JFK, and I live in Sunderland, Massachusetts. And I just wanted to say thank you all so much for the job that you are doing. I can't tell you that we appreciate what you have been doing. I've been listening to the meeting, and one of the differences that I've noticed between this year's budget and fighting for last year's budget is you don't see the educators talking very much. And I know we saw Paula and Andrea, but last year we came out and forth speaking all the time, and now we're not doing that because we don't feel listened to. And we don't feel like you hear us when we tell you many times what we need to make the schools function. Now, I've been at JFK for, this is my 11th year, and one of the things that I noticed is the fact that, A, we don't have hall monitors, and we probably should, and we are understaffed for what we need to do. If one of us is absent for sickness, because if we work with middle schoolers, you're going to get sick, it just happens, and then you're out, but you don't have somebody to work with your child, your student, and so it kind of throws everything off because we don't have enough staff. because we don't have enough people to come in. I have watched students struggle to read. We don't have an interventionist. My former student was dyslexic, and I was told that we did not have someone to help her with her dyslexia. So I carried on with the best I could do with the reading specialist. But honestly, we need some of that. And so I understand that you are building a new city or you want to picture Main Street or whatever. I'm telling you, our kids need better. They deserve better. And it's not like we're coming saying we want more money for ourselves. We want more money so that we can help them more. So when they get to high school and beyond, they know how to read, how to write, how to present themselves and carry themselves in a way that will reflect positively on Northampton. So that's all I'm going to say. Also, school committee, please take a look at the dress code policy because warm weather is coming, and sometimes students don't know how to completely cover their body. And I understand why there is no dress code, but we need a dress code, and I'm very, very serious about that. Because the last time I asked about what a student was wearing, I was told not to look. That student was wearing a bra. So, just FYI, please look at that policy and how our students dress at school. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Thanks. Okay, that is it for public comment. Anyone else in the room? Can we take a 5-minute recess? Five enough? I see a lot of interest. Okay. So Okay, welcome back. And we are up to announcements by the school committee. Any announcements? Member Mahoney.
So I'd first like to say thank you to the VINS volunteers for the dog show. I'm sorry I had to miss it this year, but my best friend enjoyed the treats. So, and I'd also like to say thank you very much to all the school building staff, custodians, and drivers who've been working diligently to keep the schools safe despite snow, sleet, rain, and most importantly, ice. Lastly, I've heard from families about bullying, and I would encourage families to check out Mass Advocates for Children has resources on bullying for those families for whom that's an issue. Thank you. And then, Ryan Road. Science Night is being planned to be held on Tuesday, April 14th, and the next Ryan Road PTO meeting is March 18th at 6:30.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements? All right, Member Stein?
I have two. First is quite somber, which is that I just want to express my sympathy to the families of the 170 or so school children and teachers that our government murdered last week in Iran. I found it profoundly disturbing, and I know we worry about school violence here and we think about it constantly, but we're not dealing with Tomahawk missiles. And I find it really upsetting, the sort of callousness around that crime. The other thing I want to just say is I wasn't able to be here for the February meeting. I watched it its entirety, and over a week ago I wrote to the Director of Student Services and the Superintendent outlining my concerns with what was presented about why we couldn't have data and what fidelity to the data meant and what denominators were. I specifically asked them to respond and partner with us, and I've heard nothing. So as I said in that email, I will be reaching out as a member to DESI to ask them to reopen that investigation, because I do not believe we have satisfied the actual finding that they asked us to do, which is to have a tracking system of missed services. We can't both say we've done it and say that the data is not good enough. You can't make decisions about educational services if you don't have a consistent practice with how you're going to measure those things. And the more we hear, the less confidence I have in what's been going on and what continues to go on. I don't know what DESI will do. I hope they will review the videos and the documents related to this. But it's a really disappointing moment and a missed opportunity to rebuild trust with CPAC and the rest of the district.
Okay, on to recommended actions. First up are minutes. So these are, I'll note on the agenda, there's some Scrivener's errors. So the first one is meeting minutes from February 12th. It's actually 2026, not 2025. Okay. Student Advisory Council minutes also from February 12th, 26. Meeting minutes from March 2nd, 2026. And then meeting minutes from January 8th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve? Or any? Okay, any other removals?
The March 2nd minutes?
I asked Cassie to include the monthly CPAC notes from January into the January 8th minutes and from February into the February 12th minutes. So Cassie was able to do that, and I'd like to make a motion to include that, but I don't know how to make that motion.
I'm sorry, so first of all, there's not supposed to be any discussion on minutes unless we remove minutes.
Oh, I see.
But you're asking, has Cassie already put them in? Or?
I did the 2/12, but not the 1/8, because we didn't do any reports at that meeting.
Right, but there
So
was a monthly notice from the CPAC board. So could we add that to the January minutes? Or?
I don't think, if they've been voted on, I don't believe you can add them.
January 8th hasn't been approved yet.
Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, so you'd have to remove it. So we're up to,
okay.
All of them.
okay. So they're all going to be done individually. So starting with February 12th, did you bring any amendments?
Yes, so I actually wrote to Cassie about this, and she helpfully reminded me that I still had to bring it up here. It's under 8 reports and recommendations, A, superintendent's report, and it talks about how I made a point of order and how I talk about how we had requested that there had been a request to add the after-school care issue to the Budget and Properties Committee. And also, Member Martin stated that her subcommittee had also requested that the after-school program be put on their agenda, but that Dr. Bonner did not do that.
Her committee is Budget and Property,
Um,
and that was, issue was already raised by Member Stein, I believe.
So there was not, Amy, there was not another committee where you had
No, it was
requested?
budget.
It was Budget and Pro, okay.
A second request for Budget and
Okay, then that's my error, my mistake.
Okay, so is there an amendment that you're suggesting? Or does that cover it?
That covers it.
Okay.
What was the first part? I'm sorry.
It's fine. I thought there was another committee, Cassie. It's fine the way
Okay.
it is.
Okay, we're
Thank
good.
you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Anyone else have anything on these minutes? Just the February 12th?
So then please add the monthly CPAC report to the February 12th minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So that was a motion to amend them to add the CPAC report. Is there a second on that motion? Second. Okay, motion was made by Member Mahoney, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. And any other discussion on these minutes? We need a motion to approve them.
Motion to approve the the February 12th, 2026 minutes.
I second.
Okay.
I think we have to vote on, do we have to vote on the amendment?
We didn't actually have anything on the floor is the problem. So the motion's now on the floor and it's been seconded. Would you like to make a motion to amend?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the
To add-
February 12th minutes to add the monthly February CPAC board report.
Which will be seconded by?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Bartoli,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, so moving on to the Student Advisory Committee meeting minutes for February 12th, 2026.
Oh, don't we do March 2nd?
Well, at this point, it left just one, so they're all essentially removed, right? We have to do them all one by one
Okay.
because there was only one remaining. So I'm just going in order on here. Student Advisory Committee meeting minutes, February 12th, 2026. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Somebody to put forward the motion?
Oh, yeah.
I'm really confused.
Sorry. I made a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the SAC minutes of February 12th.
Second.
Made by Member Weisenfreund, seconded by Member Bartoli.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Mahoney.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Bartoli.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start off strong with these. March 2nd, 2026 meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the March 2nd, 2026 minutes.
Okay. Second. Motion's made by Member Martin, seconded by Member Sainer Sullivan. Any discussion?
Yes.
Someone wanted this. Yes.
I wanted to amend, sorry, what page is this? This is the second page, bottom of the summary for item 4 that carries on from the previous page, towards the bottom, it says, Member Stein said that the committee should not be concerned with the expense of a facilitator, which is not untrue, but I suggested that we take up the offer of a free facilitator, a former member of this board, and that relative to a $48 million budget, considering the importance of this, the city could afford to fund a facilitator.
So do you have an amendment?
That's it. I can say it again.
Sure.
Okay.
So you want to just verbatim what you said?
Yeah. I'd strike that and replace it with Member Stein said that the committee should consider a free facilitator, one who was offered, former school committee member, or pay for a facilitator given the relative disparity between that cost, our overall budget, and the importance of the work being carried out.
So you moved that as an amendment. Is there a second?
Second it.
Seconded by Member Weisenfreud. Any further discussion on the March 2nd minutes? Seeing none. So roll call on the amendment.
Montgomery Tomaclo,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Martin,
Yes.
Member Mahoney,
Yes.
Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewell,
Yes.
Member Sanders Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Bartoli,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Okay, and
Now,
roll call as amended. No.
minutes, okay. Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Martin,
Yes.
Member Mahoney,
Yes.
Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewell,
Yes.
Member Sanders Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yep.
Member Bartoli,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes. Okay, we are on to January 8th, 2026 minutes. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Made by Member Montgomery Tomaclo, seconded by Member Stein. Any discussion? Yes.
Yes. I can't remember the wording, but please add the CPAC board monthly update to the January 8th, 2026 minutes.
So Member Mahoney's moved to amend.
They were discussed. It wasn't discussed. It didn't happen at the meeting.
Oh,
Oh, so can we just add it for reference because it was sent to the
I
entire
see your
school?
point. No, because the minutes have to be a reflection of what happened at the meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you for clarifying. I
Got it.
apologize for the confusion.
Okay.
Now can we,
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Martin,
Yes.
Member Mahoney,
Yes.
Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewell,
Yep.
Member Sanders Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Bartoli,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Did I call on everyone?
Yes. Great, okay, we're moving on to the other recommended actions. These are, we've got some field trips. First up is Leeds fourth grade to the Connecticut Science Center on May 28th. Next, we have the field trip of the Northampton High School to for the Ultimate Frisbee tournament in Arlington, Virginia on March 20th to 22nd. Next is the Northampton High School Band and Chamber Choir to Williamsburg, Virginia on from April 9th to the 12th. And then we have a vote on an MOA for the LPN rate of pay acceleration and an MOA adjusting the start date of school. I'm going to ask that we remove B, the Ultimate Frisbee. Any other removals?
Can we remove E?
E. Okay, so we're going to remove B and E. If there are no other removals, is there a motion on recommended actions? Oddly, it starts with C.
I make a motion to approve recommended actions to, I'm going to call it A, C, and D.
Yeah, let's let's say recommended actions for the field trips except for Ultimate Frisbee and the MOA LPN. Just
So moved.
and seconded by? Second. Is that Member Mahoney?
No, Member Sullivan.
Oh, I saw you talk, but I heard from over there. Okay. Roll call, please, on.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese? Yes. Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tamako?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to what is B, the high school trip to the Ultimate Frisbee trip. Dr. Bonner asked that we remove this just for some discussion.
Yes, I just wanted to alert you that this overnight trip, in terms of our policy, that we keep student safety and security in mind. There is the state law that requires all chaperones, including parents and volunteers, must have a Corey check in accordance with state law. The students will be staying overnight in people's personal homes that may not have been Corey checked. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. We can modify our permission slips to make sure that parents are aware of that. But I wanted to bring that to your attention because there could be some liability.
Dr. Bonner, if I could ask a question, because I got the email. Is it like a cost saving method? I have concerns.
So I'm learning about there is a unique organization in terms of Ultimate Frisbee. It's a community of people, and so the people who are offering their homes are actually a part of the organization itself. So I don't know if it's necessarily a cost savings, but it's just a part of their unique thing that they do as an organization.
Jessica is,
yeah,
no, she's on Zoom
Oh,
and has her hand raised.
Okay.
That would be, I'm going
the
to recognize.
organizer and the coach is present.
Okay. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, yes, so I am the current coach, of the varsity GX Ultimate team. And just to answer your question, so two things. It's partially a cost-saving measure because we knew going into this with the tournament that it had not been previously budgeted and that we do not have a very large budget to begin with from the school. So it also is part of our community. And just so you know that there would be a Corey background checked chaperone from the NHS community, myself included, staying with the students. But yes, hosting is a longtime Ultimate Frisbee thing we do. So we host a very large tournament every spring in May called the Pioneer Valley Invite. It's one of the top Ultimate Frisbee tournaments in the country, and all the parents that are on our teams have hosted families and teams who are traveling, because we have people traveling to our city from far-flung places in the country, because Ultimate Frisbee is still somewhat of a small sport, but we're lucky to live in a place where it's quite popular. So we have teams that travel quite far, and our parents often host them at their houses to help offset this travel cost. So that is sort of what we are looking at here. These are individuals that are volunteers with the Arlington Frisbee organization down there, and they have been prepared to take a number of students with a chaperone who has been Corey checked, who has background checks, who has worked in, as for myself, I am an employee of the district, and the other chaperone we have
is employed through the school district or has been in the past in Greenfield, so she has passed all levels of background check with them. So if you have any other questions about that, I'm happy to address them.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Discussion? Yeah, Member Bartoli?
Yeah, so if we motion to approve this with would we include an adjustment to the permission slip to take into account?
We'll handle that internally and to make sure that the parents are aware that they sign off. Yes. Our Director of Transportation is already working on that, if you all approve.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, seeing none, roll call? Or wait, so I need a motion, we need a motion? I'd like to make a motion to approve this field trip with the understanding that this adjustment will be made to the permission.
I'll make a motion to approve. I second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Weisenfeld, seconded by Member Martin. Any further discussion? Roll. You set? Okay, tell me when you're ready. Or just start.
Ready. Are at Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund? Yes. Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Jessica. Okay, so that brings us to E, the MOA adjusting start date of school. Is there a motion to approve, just so we get this on the floor for discussion? Yes.
Okay. And just in case, because we do have the new members, so this was a part of executive session last time. And so whatever vote took place there, we have to also do it publicly. So that's why you're seeing these things again. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. I move that we approve the MOA adjusting start date of school.
Second.
Member Martin, seconded by Member Bartoli. Discussion. You would ask for the removal, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't here for the meeting, and I want to vote against it, but I didn't want to vote against the whole package, so that's why I had it pulled out, but I don't want to, I'm not moving to amend anything or
Okay.
reopen it, yeah.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please.
Member Sainer Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tomaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Great, thank you. Okay, we have made it through recommended actions, and we are on to reports and recommendations and superintendent's report with the first few.
Good evening to everyone again, and this is a tag team presentation from myself and Bobby, who is virtual. And so first of all, I want to just to tell you all that I am not going through this entire binder this evening. It will be the first two sections, and we will keep within the time limit. This is a presentation, so it gives you a whole month to review and to, process, reflect, ask questions. And I am going to ask if you all would hold questions until we've completed the presentation, because we actually may address some of those questions. So with that.
Could I just ask just a point of, I guess, personal privilege in this case, but I'm wondering if we can, and I meant to get this in before Dr. Bonner started talking, but I'm wondering if we can shift to the MOU rather than have folks here for that sit through this long conversation.
If no one objects, would that be okay to do the Y MOU first?
So my concern is that I will not be able to do this presentation this evening.
If we do.
If
people say we had to leave.
And I promise that I will be within a scope of time.
Okay.
So that we could give enough time, if you all would allow me to do that. I promise that I won't, go over time.
Okay.
If we could do that. I do realize that the Y is here waiting, but my fear is that we may be over time and that it holds off for another week, which means that, the public has not seen the presentation and it's really not enough time to process with the public hearing being the 23rd.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do the presentation, and then we'll move up the Y to the next thing under reports and recommendations, and you have a request as well.
All right. So with that, as I conclude my tenure with Northampton Public Schools, the department is presenting 3 distinct budget scenarios for the 26-27 school year. Each model is built upon a $43,635,854 base, exclusive of the recent $290,317 mid-year appropriation, and accounts for step increases and cost of living adjustments of 3% for certified staff and 4% for non-certified employees. So the 3 budget scenarios are our strong budget, which the total proposed is $50,774,945. The level service budget is $47,001,193. And the city fiscal target, which is $46,437,802. The city fiscal targeted budget considers the Medicaid portion of the stabilization fund and Smith College donation. So, statewide fiscal challenges. Northampton is not alone in these challenges of adequately funding schools. Across the Commonwealth, many municipalities are struggling to increase school funding, leading to widespread staffing reductions as budget gaps widen. For 31 years, Northampton has been designated a minimum aid community or hold harmless. To support local funding, we must advocate for a renewed focus on reforming the Chapter 70 formula, which was stated by NACE this evening, and increasing special education circuit breaker reimbursement. These state-level mechanisms are essential to assist districts in meeting the rising cost of mandated services the local tax bases can no longer sustain alone. So a call to action. I urge you and stakeholders to engage with our state delegation to emphasize that the current funding formulas do not reflect the modern reality of municipal constraints. Without a shift in how Chapter 70 and circuit breaker funds are calculated and distributed, districts like Northampton will continue to face impossible choices between staffing and service levels. The past 3 years of budgeting have been highly contentious, forcing the district to repeatedly reprioritize staffing and services. We must now find a sustainable equilibrium. Our goal is to address the growing complexity of student needs, despite declining enrollment, while maintaining a multi-year financial strategy that protects core services and avoids sudden, unsustainable tax increases. So as I present to you, I will also share with you in terms of how your binder is organized this evening. And so as I pointed out, we are going to stick with, I just want to move this. We're going to stick with the first 2 sections. And so just an overall view of how the district is organized in terms of the school committee being the governing body, followed by the superintendent, and then you'll see the administrators broken down into 6 buildings, as well as our directors, our business administrator, and our central office services. You will also see a profile which has been updated in terms of what is current this year that encompasses our mission, our strategic plan, goals, as well as some important data points that you should be in the know of. So in terms of our mission and vision, so inheriting this mission. The Northampton Public School District is a community of learners committed to equity and success of each student. And we have 3 values that we continue to use within this mission and vision, which is building communities of engaged students, enabling students to reach their full potential, and nurturing kindness, empathy, and inclusivity. That word inclusivity was added approximately about a year or so ago. So in terms of designing and developing the budget, there were some guiding principles in which with the principals as well as the directors utilized when they were designing and developing their individual budgets. And so for us, it was about promoting equal funding for the general student population and provide extra support for students with disabilities, multilingual and struggling students, to also provide them with an opportunity to succeed. Eliminate excess spending by cutting spending that doesn't negatively impact learning, and account for inflation and cost of living adjustments to ensure the budget is sustainable. Additionally, integrate current resources as part of coherent academic strategy, build capacity of staff rather than hiring new positions, address the academic needs of students in reading and math, and move closer to attaining the strategic goals. So overall, as pointed out at the very beginning, in terms of the 3 views of the budget, for the level service budget, it would be a 6.4% increase over last year. Strong budget, 14.9% increase over our base, and then the city targeted budget at 5.5%. So just a quick reminder, and you all are familiar with this in terms of our strategic plan. There are 5 objectives, and you will see in terms of some of the requests that were made by our principals and department heads that they reflect our objectives. Okay, some different points to really kind of think about in terms of the 3 views, which I will probably come back to, but I want to, I want to be concise and shorten the presentation. But some things to think about in terms of some of the factors that affect our decision-making and our funding that we really need to be mindful. And I've already mentioned Chapter 70, but there's also the inflation that also is an issue. So currently, Chapter 70 is Chapter 78 is at $8,806,814 for this year, and that is an increase of $187,425 from the last fiscal year. Some funding sources such as various grants. I know that initially we were very concerned about what our entitlement grants or our ESSA, Every Student Succeed Act entitlement grants were going to disappear, particularly Title III and Title II. However, the government has level funded those grants for this year, but there's still an impact to our district. And so even though they've level funded it at the federal level, we may still see a change to how much we receive based on the census poverty data. The United States Education Department indicated a 10% drop in Massachusetts' share of the national poverty level, going from 1.45% to 1.31%. So we should anticipate a decrease in our Title I award for the fiscal 2027. And then, of course, we have to account for the increase in out-of-district tuition, transportation costs for regular ed, athletic, and special education, which we'll talk about because there is the goal to bring our special education transportation in-house, which I will mention later on. So very quickly, to take you through some numbers, and so that you can see where our enrollment is and how it has changed, and not just only in terms of Northampton, but statewide. So statewide, from 2025 to now, the state has seen a loss of about 15,000 students. And that's quite significant, and it is very noticeable. There are many factors that are playing into that in terms of the immigration rate and people moving out of state, the aging of individuals, residents who live in the state, people having less children, and so on. But in terms of Northampton, we're seeing a decline from last year to this year, with the expectation that we will also see additional loss of students coming into our district for next year. Our kindergarten enrollment, so luckily we saw a little gain this year from for 2025 we had 122 students, and this year we had 138 students who registered. We are projecting 131 for the upcoming year. And so in your book, you'll see a little bit more about enrollment and demographics. You can take a look at the makeup of our students in the district. And then there is a slide that is projected enrollment. So I wanted to remind you that when it comes to enrollment, the numbers are fluid, and so they change as people move in and people move out. So these numbers are taken from the October 1st count, which is, kind of the number in which DESE will use for determining grants and our population and so on, the same with Chapter 70. And then some things about the growth in our staff. So if I can just go back. I will go back to that. So you can see some of the changes again overall in terms of our staffing. If you look over the last 6 years, we had an FTE growth of 53.06 full-time employees, which is a 10% increase in staffing. Our enrollment in the same period has decreased by 11.84%. The largest growth in staff has been in our paraeducators, which nearly is 46% increase, as you can see those numbers. So a couple more points before I turn it over to Bobby. And just talking a little bit more about that comparison of the 3 different budgets. So when I talk a little bit more about the strong budget, sorry. It is plugged in. So is that on?
Your chair is on.
Yeah, just make sure that piece, that is on. Is it on? Is there
It's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so just in terms of the it's me. It's not, okay. Sorry, it's just my computer. So in terms of the comparison budget view. So just again, with the strong budget, this is an investment model. It requests $6.5 million in new personnel and non-personnel funding to restore essential services and provide new services. And I'll take you through what some of those requests are. In focus, it actually adds reading and math interventionists, 13 new paraeducators, and special education teachers to ensure legal compliance and strengthen core academics. The level services budget maintains current staffing levels and existing programs. It continues to meet mandated student needs and expands programming for our medically fragile students, but does not add the new strong budget supports. The city targeted, again, it would be a reduction model that would eliminate all new requested positions and reduce non-personnel lines. Likely results in the current class sizes that we have, and then limited course offerings at the high school. So I'm gonna jump past this slide, I may come back, and I wanna take you to the actual request per school. So we'll start with the personnel request. And then we'll go into the non-personnel. Okay, so for Bridge Street, the request, and by the way, I just want to preference that this is in no priority order. This is just a list, it's just how it was plugged in. So for Bridge Street, a request to restore their clerical position, their 10-month clerical position. Currently, there is a 0.5 clerk there, requesting to go to 1. A request for a 0.5 health teacher, and you will see that that is the trend in all 4 elementary schools. A request for 1 full-time reading interventionist, 1 additional special education paraeducator, and 1 math interventionist. And these 2 requests, the reading and the math, is really to assist with the upper grade levels. Jackson Street requests an additional special education teacher, and then a combination of a math and reading interventionist, 0.5 health teacher, 1 tiered support paraeducator, a restoration of their 10-month clerical, and 2 special education paraeducators. Leeds, restoration of their math interventionist, and I will note that Leeds is the only elementary school that does not currently have a math interventionist. To increase the hours of their BCBA from 0.8 to 1, an additional special education teacher, again, a restoration of and in this case, this would be a full restoration of a 10-month clerical. Currently, right now, they do not have a part-time clerical. 0.5 health teacher, 2 part-time lunch recess paraeducators, 1 full-time special education paraeducator. For Ryan Road, the request is 1 full-time special education teacher, 0.5 health teacher. The request for a restoration of their 10-month clerical, and a tiered support paraeducator, as well as a special education paraeducator. In terms of the upper grades, JFK is requesting some academic teachers, 1 science teacher, 1 social studies teacher, and to take their current 0.8 ELA teacher to a full-time, and the request of 2 full-time campus monitors and 1 full-time goals co-teacher. By the way, that is a special education teacher. And again, you'll notice that some of these requests are indicative of what was shared as recommendations of the case study. Actually, both case studies, 1 and 2. At the high school, there is a request for a full-time dean of students, a restoration of a 10-month clerical in the administrative office, guidance additional stipend for 5 days per diem, 1 paraeducator for tech support, 2 full-time special education paraeducators, 1 full-time reading interventionist coach, and then the rest of the requests are for academic teachers in the following areas of biology, world language, visual arts, and social studies. In our other departments, there are also requests. In athletics, a request for a clerical assistance. Student services, the request for a associate director of student services, 1 full-time SLP, and a part-time special education internship coordinator, and a part-time district multilingual literacy teacher. For technology, a request for 2 full-time integration specialists, and for transportation, these requests come with the fact of bringing special education transportation in-house, is the addition of 3 full-time drivers, a part-time bus monitor, and a part-time crossing guard. For our district-wide after-school program, depending on the direction you go, we did put some placeholders in. And so for a director, as well as 3 site coordinators. The grounds maintenance has made a request for custodial floater for district-wide, and central office is asking for an additional payroll / MTA clerk. So new non-personnel requests for a strong budget is to restore some instructional supply lines for Bridge Street, professional development line, some additions to professional development line at Jackson Street, as well as some addition to the interpretation and translation line, and then creating a new line for adult accommodations to help cover some of the requests that our staff request and require. Leeds has also asked for some additional monies in their professional development line, the purchase of 10 iPads for the kindergarten classes, and an increase in the instructional supply line. While Ryan Road also asked for a set of iPads for the kindergarten classrooms. JFK is asking to increase 2 lines, their teacher additional pay and their clerical additional pay. So these are when teachers do things that are outside of their regular job performance or duties. The high school is asking for Innovation Careers Pathway to continue those programs. Those programs were currently funded via grants, and it's the expectation that that grant may not be renewed for us this year. And then athletics would like to begin a new sports program in terms of the volleyball program. That has been a request. All right, the new non-personnel, very quickly, early childhood is asking for some small funding to offset their grant and some expenses that they acquired during the course of the year. After school programming startup costs. For the 3 sites, we thought of startup costs for about $20K, which will give us $60K for the 3. And then the Student Health Services is asking for some funding for AED units, as well as to increase professional development for the nursing staff. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Bobby to talk a little bit more about the financials, and then I'll just sum it up so that we can move on for this evening.
Okay, so as indicated in Dr. Bonner's portion, you have in your budget books the full budget for level service and strong budgets, along with the breakdown by the cost centers. I have prepared a document that, or I have not done it yet, but I will prepare a document that covers or shows what is in the other column for the grants and the revolving and what that is paying for. I will try to get that sent off to you all tomorrow. Mostly it's partial salaries and the other revolving funds like transportation that pays for part of the contracted transportation services, athletic revolving funds that pay for certain things like the refs and that sort of thing, and then circuit breaker for special education. The food service department continues to be a self-sustaining operation, so that's part of the other funding column. So again, I will do up a document that shows what exactly is in that other funding that I'm showing you in the budget document. I just want to point out that we're also starting to see positive changes in our school choice account, with our balance at the end of fiscal year 27 anticipated to be about 1.1 million, which is right around the amount of revenue that we're taking in annually. So that's a good place to be for us. School capital planning is a part of your binders as well. These requests have been compiled by our Director of Maintenance, Tony Kuzniers, our IT Director, Luigi Ottaviani, and our Food Service Director, Ms. Delhanna, along with myself and Dr. Bonner. The main drivers in our level service budget are the COLA increases, step increases, longevity increases, and column changes for staffing. And increases, we had increases in positions in FY 26, our current year, to meet special education needs of both our current students and new incoming students. We also have contractual increases in transportation costs, utilities, increases in IT costs, and next, I won't go line by line, but I'd like to just review
personal privilege.
for the new
Point of
school
personal
committee
privilege.
members.
Hold on, one sec, Bobby.
Bobby, could you expand the screen, please? I cannot.
That's me. I can
Okay.
see if I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Let me just see what I can do.
Be able to make
Can I-
that bar on the left go away, maybe, and that'll give you some more space.
I just did that, but
Go to view and put it in slideshow.
it is in slideshow.
That's fine now, thank you.
Okay, I did increase it.
Yeah, this is, I can see it now, thank you very
Okay.
much.
Somebody else. Got it. Okay, sorry, Bobby. Okay.
Well, that's okay. So just to kind of give you an idea of how to read these documents, you have the, in both the level service and the strong budget, you have what's called the full general fund budget, which shows you everything. And it's all should be by the DESI code. And then you'll see, so your 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over is what you had for the FY 26 budget. FY 26 other funding is the following column. Preliminary level service budget for FY 27, and then FY 27 other funding. Then it shows you the changes in the next column and the percentage of those changes in the last column. So that's how you kind of read that document. And I'm happy to talk to anybody or go in more detail as needed at any time, either tonight or later. But I wanted to make sure that you could understand how the document is read. And then we go into individually the cost centers. So we have, I think we'll pull up Bridge Street if you can.
I can. Yes, give me a second. Bridge Street.
So each cost center will be individual either to their school or department. And we have 11 in total, the full, and then we have each school, we have district, we have central services, and then we have special education and athletics, which are individual. So each cost center shown will be individual. In this case, it's Bridge Street School. You'll see in the first column the same thing, you have the 26 budget. The next column over will be 27, and then your other funding, and then your school appropriation. Did you?
This is the level
That is
service.
Bridge Street.
Yes, this is
Okay,
Bridge Street.
so the very end column of that one, you'll see that there's a general fund FTE. So what we did with this versus what we did with the all is break out, if you could scroll down just a little bit even, if you see the tiered specialists, for instance, on line 14 and 15, if you looked at your all budget, that total would look different because it would be the sum of the two FTEs here. So we're just trying to break it out by FTE on the individual cost centers so you can kind of see what that entails. Same if you went down like to the academic support teacher, and all of this would follow the same between the level service and the strong budget. So that would change depending. So the difference is you can see your all, which would include everything, and in one line. And then into your cost centers, it would break it out between the actual FTEs. So if you looked at, like, let's just say, like I said a minute ago, the academic support teacher, you'll see there's two, 95,891 and 21,905. And then there's also money in the other funding column, which is 82,977. That represents 2 FTEs. And so we broke it out that way.
Can I ask a question?
And then you'll see again, that's pretty much it. So I see hands starting to raise.
All right, if you could just hold your question for just a moment, we're almost done.
It's just about that line. It's just a clarification.
Yeah, just quickly on the line, yeah.
Yes. So
On this
Bobby,
page,
when you're pointing that out, so like line 22 there, right? And you're saying in this view, right, we're in the BSS level service preliminary budget. So are you saying that the 21,905 and the 82,977 together are 2? Or are you saying that line 21 and 22 are 2 FTEs that are represented on one line in the other view of the budget?
Correct. So 21 and 22 are each 1.0 FTE.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that's basically just how you would read these documents. But again, I'm happy to work with committee members individually, or we take it up again at budget and property, or however the committee would like to see it. But I'm happy to talk about it.
Okay, thanks, Bob.
In any way.
All right, so in the remaining sections, 3 through 12 of the binder are school profiles and budget presentations that the principals and the department chairs actually did. And then sections 13 through 15 have additional financial information and district documents for your reference. I do want to share with the public that this will be posted on the district website tomorrow for your purview. And I'm hoping that at Budget and Property that this becomes the focus, and that, like last year, we had one meeting that was devoted totally to special ed, and then the other meetings were looking at comparison budgets of the 3 views. So again, I want to share my deepest gratitude with our principals and directors who worked hand in hand with their staff to ensure every student's needs were represented in these requests. My heartfelt thanks also goes to Bobby Jones for her tireless dedication in building our 3 budget views, and to my executive assistant, Michelle Jarvis, whose partnership and hard work were essential in bringing these budget books to life. City Council will also be receiving these books as well as some other staff members in the district. So at that point, I'm going to turn it back to the chair.
Okay, so let's do questions, but let's try and keep it brief because we have a lot more that we have to cover, and there'll be many more discussions. So, Member Stein.
Thanks. Yeah, just quickly to that point, like I have to admit, I'm pretty frustrated that Budget and Property didn't see any of this before it was presented here. We just met the other day, and there's not a lot of other conversations. We're going to be asked to come and vote for this like in a month. Thankfully, my colleagues were able to schedule 2 additional Budget and Property subcommittee meetings, right? They're going to be coming up, and we'll announce those dates in the report. But there's not a lot of time to make sense of a very difficult document. I have a few questions. I'll be very quick. The main point I just want to share with my colleagues who haven't looked at these things before, that is very confusing, is that suffice to say, the percentage we're talking about, like these percent increases, right, as were stated, are based off of that $43 million base. That's quote unquote the city appropriation from last year. What that means is that's the money that the city gave us from its taxes and fees and the $8.6 million in Chapter 70 money. It's just that. This other category that Bobby was talking about and that lines are split across are about $4 million in grants. And the combination of those $4 to $5 million, depending on the year, and the city appropriation is our total operating budget. But when we're talking about percentages, we're only talking about percentages on the growth of that city appropriation, okay? So things get very confusing, right? It gets very confusing as you look at it, and you have to keep that in mind when you're looking at those columns, okay? Yeah, I mean, so I have some questions. I'm going to just try to cut to the ones that I find most important. And one really has to do with the slide about staffing increases, right? So I spent some time exchanging correspondence with Chad, really trying to understand how to recreate these figures, right? And you'll notice in this document that we both have 797 employees and 500 and some odd, depending on which slide you're looking at, right? The larger number includes all the casual employees. And then ostensibly that grid that we see every year that's supposed to show us who we have as licensed teachers, who we have as paras, et cetera, is capturing like the core workforce. Chad's reporting is unable to recreate those numbers. If you go to the city website and you print out a list there, but they post it, right? It says like employee by job title. The reason I asked the question for Bobby about those breakdowns is because I want to know if we total up all of the FTEs that are listed in the broken out slides here for each school district, and we total up all the FTEs and the non-amalgamated views of the budget where multiple positions are put on one line, will those numbers match the slide that we were shown on staffing, right? So like, that's the question. How do we actually validate those staffing growth numbers and where do they come from? So that's one question. I don't know if Bobby can answer it.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I can answer it to the best of my ability. That chart is, I hate that chart, I have to tell you.
Me too.
I've said it from the beginning. It depends, because if you go to Chad, you're going to get a completely different number than what I'm budgeting. I'm looking at actually, I'm doing a whole salary chart of people individually. And then you could get a whole nother different count from somebody such as our data coordinator who would take it from her reporting. So for me, it's very difficult because it is all from different, you're capturing it at different times, ways.
Ways or time?
So I'm not sure that's going to answer your question, but I totally hate that chart.
No, I appreciate it. It's just that a lot of people have put a lot of stock in that chart and want to make a lot of arguments about adults per students and staffing growth and student decreases, and it has an outsized influences in the conversations we have. So I guess another way to ask the question is, based on the way you count everything and the way your data is divided up, does it accurately reflect that?
Yes, that chart is what I have used from my data.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And well, I've been here. The previous numbers were from somebody else, the years before me.
Right, and we can't recreate them.
Right.
So the other question I had for you is regarding Title I funding. I understand that we're going to have a decrease, as Dr. Bonner helpfully laid out in those percent of ESSA funding that we're going to get in Massachusetts. Are we still operating under the waiver, and are we distributing those funds equally among schools, or are we just distributing them to Title I eligible schools in this budget?
Do you want me to start? Because that hasn't been determined yet, because we haven't received the figures for the next coming year. So to answer your question, nothing has changed from what we have put in place for this year. As to next year, that is yet to be determined, depending upon how the schools actually meet the parameters of whether they are entitled to those funds or not.
Right, and I would just add that the way I have them listed on the budget documents are not necessarily the way they will be in fiscal. The total amount should be, but that might change between schools. So there are changes that may happen depending. Obviously, we don't have the grants yet, and they're not written yet, so there's a lot that's unknown during this budget process.
Right, but if we know with some confidence what the total amount is, if we're spreading it equally, we do know. If we choose not to spread it equally, depending on which schools are eligible, the items that they're funding will look different, right?
Yep, true. But for my purposes, and right, wrong, or indifferent, I just use the total amount and I kind of put it from the previous year.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just, it was a conversation that I think we should have. And then just the last question I have is for Dr. Bonner, and it is about sort of this phrase from the presentation, which says that one of the, and I'm going to get some of the language wrong here on the title of the slide, but it's sort of like budget, sort of like the rationale we applied to making the budget, right? Or the values that we brought to make the budget. And it said something like there was equal funding for the general student population. And I'm not quite sure what's meant by equal funding for the general student population. I can find the slide. Yeah, it's the goals applied to the budget slide. It's like the first one, page 7.
So in terms of maintaining the ratio of staff members, I will use elementary school for one, because it's easier to take a look at what is happening there in terms of the class sizes and staffing, trying to ensure that any support services that one building has, the other has as well. And so the term general ed, meaning that we're ensuring that there is a per pupil expenditure, is what we calculate every year annually, that DESE actually does for us. And then there is the above and beyond that may be expended for support services for students with special needs. So hopefully that clarified your question.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Bartoli?
Yes, I have 2 questions. And the first one is, given what we've heard about ed tech from the public this evening, I'm curious about the request for iPads for kindergartners and what the purpose is of those iPads, particularly given that some schools have iPads, some do not, and if there's any expectation of consistency there.
So there were purchases of iPads actually last year, but there's a request for an additional set so that there is either sharing or not sharing of the iPads. So we have actually 2 kindergarten classes in every building with the exception of Bridge Street that has 3. And so the 2 principals that made this request actually shared with me that it was really about not having to share the small set of iPads that they currently have, so that it expands the usage time or it expands access.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then the second question, as we look at this list of, and again, I'm still learning about special education regulations and requirements and things like that, but as we look at the list of requests for special education paraeducators, are these paraeducators that are specifically mandated to support IEPs, or do they serve another special ed purpose? Can you explain to me?
So there's a mixture of requests. So there were special education paras that were requested in expectation of projections of students who are coming that we know that are coming in.
Okay.
And then there is a request for tiered support, which helps our tiered support instructor in terms of addressing behavior and so on. And then there is the campus monitor.
Right.
There is also a new request this time in terms of a tech para-educator, and that really was to help assist the high school in terms of when they lost their integration specialist last year. There's been somewhat of a burden put on IT as well as the librarian, who has to, also facilitate the the requests that teachers may have for assistance in terms of applying technology in their instruction or having computer services or even students having faith service. So that is a different request. So there's general paraeducators to cover certain duties and as well as recess and lunch duty. And then there is the special education based upon the IEP need.
So when we see the label special education paraeducator, that is someone who is dedicated to support of an IEP?
Absolutely.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I just make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting till 11 p.m.?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made and seconded.
I'd like to offer some discussion here, if I may.
Sure.
Yeah, so when we met as an agenda setting committee, we did make the possibility of a contingency meeting on the 18th after rules and policy. So there's also the possibility of a motion to adjourn the meeting to March 18th after rules and policy. And I would like to offer that to the members as you consider your vote for the motion that has just been made.
Could I also add discussion?
Oh, yes, please.
I just, when you factor in the student report and the public comment, we've barely been meeting for an hour. And to put off the MOU and all these other things until the 18th is insane.
Point of personal privilege, Member Stein, please do not characterize my statements as insane.
Point of order, a point of personal privilege is not
Referring that to the chair, it is a
point. As the parliamentarian, I will tell you that a point of personal
it's
privilege.
referred to the chair when it is a point of personal privilege. So
A
I'm gonna
point of
refer to
personal privilege
the
cannot be
chair.
used to express a discursive thing like that about how you feel.
It can be used to address a statement about my
No, it
statement,
can't.
which
No,
you
it can't.
characterize as
It
insane.
cannot.
Yes.
It cannot.
I
cannot.
I do think that she's right, and you should not be characterizing another member's ideas or something that they're suggesting as insane.
As the parliamentarian, that is not an appropriate use of a personal.
I believe the chair has ruled.
The chair doesn't rule on that. I am the parliamentarian.
The chair rules.
Can the chair please cite the rule in Robert's Rules of Order that supports this decision?
If we want to recess, and I'll.
Yeah, let's recess and do that. That sounds great.
All right, we'll recess for however long it takes.
Wonderful.
But it said, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but one of the most important rules of debate is that the proposal, not the member, is the subject of debate. If debate were allowed to include personal attacks, it might intimidate many from taking part in the debate who might otherwise make important points. It certainly leave hard feelings and foster personal antipathy in the group long after the debate has ended and the group's decision has been made. When a motion is pending, you may attack the idea or likely results of the proposal in strong terms, but you must avoid personalities. Under no circumstances can you attack or question the motives of another member. If you disagree with someone else's statement, you cannot say in the debate that the statement is, quote, false. You might instead, these are obviously an example, not the only time. You might instead say, quote, I believe there's strong evidence that the member is mistaken. Terms such as fraud, liar, or lie must never be used about a member in debate. So I think that speaks to not referring to what someone has suggested as insane.
Thank you for the ruling.
Is that one of the things you can raise a point of personal privilege about? And if we go back to the recording, did I say that member Bartoli was insane, or did I say that the idea that we'd be done at 9:30 is insane? That's the idea. That's not the person.
I think the implication was that her suggestion was insane.
The idea is insane, not the person.
All right, we're going to move on.
Okay.
The ruling is that the point of personal privilege is accepted by the chair. You can appeal that and we can vote on it.
I'd like
Or
to
we can
appeal
move
it so
on.
we can get a reference to the actual language around a personal privilege that you're referring to there.
No.
If you
you're
appeal it, we
appealing the
vote.
decision, so.
That's fine.
We're,
You will feel very validated when you win. It will be great. Don't worry.
Okay, so thanks for
okay,
waiting.
again, you're again attacking her personally. I'd like you to stop.
I'm suggesting that it will be
Roll call,
beneficial.
please. You're out of order.
Actually, she was attacking him by saying, look up the rules, Stein. I think that
Okay.
was actually very inappropriate.
And I think that what again, I'm going to call a point of personal privilege on this, and that is that Member Stein said, oh, they can all go home, when in fact, I need to leave because I have a babysitter, because I do not have childcare.
Okay.
Past 10:30.
I would like us to just roll call on this.
Roll calling on.
On whether to
Whether to extend.
No. Are you appealing her ruling, or are we moving on to?
Let's move on.
Yeah, you said you were appealing the ruling.
Right, and the request was for you to read the specific passage where it says that points of personal privilege conform to those decorum rules you were saying, that you read.
That's not, I mean, you can say that, but either you're appealing what my ruling was or you're not.
Right, that's part of the appeal.
The appeal, we vote as a body whether or not her ruling stands.
Point of order, you have not been recognized.
I might just, never mind.
Okay. Please don't.
Yes.
Can you do a roll call on the appeal?
What, you haven't heard the appeal.
You are appealing my ruling that I believe that you have violated. I understand that you're debating whether it's a point of order or a point of privilege, but I have asked you not to. I'm agreeing that she can object to the fact that you said it was insane.
The issue was whether or not she can use a point of personal privilege to do so and interrupt me speaking. That was the issue, not whether or not it violates this decorum thing, which is what you ruled on. So what I'm asking is, does a personal point of privilege, that was my issue, right? That's why I read personal point of privilege. What can you use it for? Because I'm contending that she's not using it in an appropriate way. She's contending she is. So we went to you for a ruling, and what you read was not what a personal point of privilege is. It is decorum among members in debate. Could be related, but that's not what happened here. A very specific procedural issue. And you're telling me that you ruled in her favor, but you will not cite the evidence from the text which justifies that decision, which is what I'm asking for in my appeal. We can just take a vote and you can all vote however you want. I don't care, but like that's the issue at hand.
Member Mahoney?
I just want to make a motion to adjourn because we are no longer serving the children or staff of Northampton Public Schools with this.
Second.
We actually can't make a motion to adjourn because the original motion was to extend.
Yep.
And I believe it was seconded, so we have to go all the way back to that.
Don't we have to do that publicly anyway?
And yes, we have to go, there can be no motion to adjourn. I mean, I appreciate that people don't want to be here, but that's not where we
Yep.
are. And I'm really, really rather disappointed at
Okay,
this. Actually, I think my hand's been up.
No, but you weren't recognized.
Yes, yes, but it keeps getting ignored. See, that's the thing. So I'm going to say this really quickly because we're in the wrong place. Cassie, we have to go back to the original motion, which was to extend the time to 11 p.m. That was seconded. And that, yeah.
That was a motion on the floor.
We have to come out of recess?
I think so. We have to go all the way back.
Yes, are we still recessed?
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know if Zach has us recessed or not.
We're not recessed.
Okay. Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Abstain.
Point of privilege. I can't hear Cassie at all.
Oh, Cassie.
Okay, did you hear the motion?
No, and I didn't.
It's to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
I'm abstaining.
Member Sainer Sullivan.
No.
We have 3 noes, 2 abstains, so 5 yeses. Wait. Yes, 5 yes.
So it passes with 5? Okay. So next, can we continue on with our conversation, or?
I think we can continue on with the budget presentation.
Or do we, there was a motion on the floor to adjourn.
No, it wasn't on the floor.
There was already another motion on the floor, which we just voted on. So someone could make a motion, but we should continue with the item we were on.
The budget.
Yes.
Is that where we are?
I think so. Okay, is Member Montgomery Tomco, is this
Yep,
your
my
hand
hand's
to the
still up.
budget? Well, I'm recognizing you for the budget.
All right, so I have a couple of points that I want to make. One of them, which is, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Bonner and Bobby. I want to go back to the beginning where we talk about our district priorities and our mission. And we are building communities of engaged students, and we are enabling students to reach their full potential, and we are nurturing kindness, empathy, and inclusion. But then, when we talk about our strategic objectives, that's not number one. Number one is net carbon emissions. Number two is a budget that meets the needs of our students. And I feel like that we are kind of not in alignment there. So that's one comment. The second one is talking about in the goals of the budget on page 8, to build capacity of staff rather than hiring a new position. We've just gotten reports that said that we don't have enough services because if staff is out, there's not enough services rendered. So there is no more capacity to build in the staff if we have insufficient staffing. The Case Collaborative report has come out and said that we need additional staff. We need to be doing certain things, and the only budget that addresses that is the strong budget. So I guess like I'm kind of confused how we build capacity of staff if we already said that staff being out is part of the reason that services are not delivered. Yep, I'm done.
You done? Okay.
Yeah, how do we do it? How do we build capacity of staff? If staff being out means services are not delivered, because that makes the assumption that staff is already at or exceeding capacity.
Did you want to?
I didn't hear a question until she went back after she
Okay.
said she had finished. So I believe the question is, how do we build capacity of staff? Well, we've been building capacity of staff, but staff do need to attend and to actually be present for their jobs. However, the last 3 years, we have been really trying to address the efficiency of the current staff that we have in our buildings and rethinking how we have been aligning our staff to the supports and the programming. So part of what you stated was a statement and an opinion. And so, I don't know how better to respond to you. And respectfully, I just said that, we work with what we have and we strengthen what we have. That's how you build capacity of what you currently have in your district. And part of that is through professional development. Part of that is trying to address the morale of staff. And so those are some of the things that we have been working on in the last 3 years, and the same. And you will see that flowing through the request of what the principals and directors have made.
Oh, if I could do a follow-up question. So you mentioned professional development. Didn't we remove a lot of that from the previous budget?
So I am presenting the current budget, and there were requests for professional development.
But is that included in the level services budget, the strong budget, or the fiscal budget?
Level services always continues with the professional development in which we are providing for our staff. So that what we have done this current year is in the level service budget, and we have asked for additional professional development through the capital funding.
Okay. Member Martin?
I have two questions, and one actually was going to be about the capital funding. So I will start there since we were just talking about that. Definitely seems like there's items in the budget that could be handled through the capital budget. Is there a reason why you put them one place or another?
So specifically, can you give an example?
iPads.
So there are only 10 of them, and originally, probably they could have done that, but so principals did not make that request when they were asked about different items, so they made that request now. And so capital usually finishes in the fall of the year, but this year, for some reason, it has been longer. And so it was not submitted during the original requesting time. Maybe because they didn't know that they needed it, maybe because their staff members did not come to the principals at the time when they were collecting information of their needs. But yes, it could be within the technology line that already exists in capital. So that could be moved.
And the professional development as well, like there's a number of things I was going through.
So the professional development, and the only reason why we were able to present that to capital, so usually it's a one-time kind of big funding. And so it is our goal to retrain our staff for responsive classroom, which is quite expensive. And so we made that request in the capital.
So, but that is a strategy we could take as we go through here, is to look at.
You can, but you will not be able to ask those requests unless there's already a line in the capital. You will probably not be able to make those requests until the next season. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. I don't understand why.
So for instance, the door or the gate, the door has closed in terms of requests for capital projects.
Even though that budget hasn't been passed yet or even.
Correct, so that's
proposed.
happening next week.
Right.
And so
But not being voted
if
on
there
next
is no line that says computers, which I believe there is a line, so that actually could be, those iPads can be purchased within that line because it fits the guidelines of what the initial request was.
Okay.
It could potentially fit within, an IT line.
Okay. Another question, just in terms of your overall process, I know you go to the alt team members to get requests, which are, shown in each school's budget. I'm making an assumption, tell me if I'm wrong, that you sometimes adjust those.
I have not adjusted, and I purposely put the presentations in your booklet so that I would not be accused of adjusting and making decisions. I presented what the principals and directors presented to me.
Okay.
And you have it, you don't have the public records requested or anything like that, it's right there for you.
Okay, thanks
So
for clarifying.
you can see exactly what they presented, and I did not remove anything from their presentation. So what will happen, depending on the direction in which the committee tells me, will determine, if you're moving things around, if you are prioritizing, that's another piece. I did not prioritize, and when I put things together, I specifically said to you all that this, even though I'm making the list, this is not in any prioritized order. So do not assume that they want a tiered support or a recess person over an interventionist.
Thank you.
Member St. Sullivan.
So 2 quick questions. I'm just very curious about I don't know if you use the word trend, but having half-time health teachers in elementary schools. Can you just update me on that?
Yes, so the elementary principals actually work together in terms of addressing an area of that was missing from our curriculum in terms of health. Our PE teachers do not necessarily teach that aspect of it. And so there are new standards that DESE has released, and we are trying to embed those standards. And so here's an opportunity to actually create a new special for students. There are benefits to that. When you create a new special, it allows and frees up time for teachers, for collaboration time, or some time where we have actually had to pay subs for them to have time to work together. But regardless of the benefits for that happening, it does provide an opportunity for our students to have wellness and health, nutrition, all those components at that age.
So is there actually a curriculum from DESE?
There is, DESE never gives curriculum. DESE will give the standards.
Yep.
And so I do know that Kate Mesmer, as well as Kirsten Alvarado, they have been working together in terms of that and how that will roll out if it does come to fruition.
Thank you. And the other question was, I'm just curious about the almost $1 million for Chromebooks. Is this Chromebooks?
Okay, are you in the capital request?
I guess I was.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. What's the question?
As we grapple with ed tech and being responsive to parents who are concerned about more tech instead of less in schools, I'm just wondering if that's something that has to happen this year, or if it's something that could be held off on.
So that was a request that was made via IT in working with our staff, and there was something that actually began, I want to say last year, maybe the year before. How long has Luigi been with us? About 1.5 years?
Yeah.
And so working with our digital literacy director, that the goal was to provide a Chromebook for our 6th grade on up, 1-to-1. And so it was initially started, I believe it was last year with the 6th grade, and they're assigned that Chromebook all the way until they graduate. And so it's the continuation of that cycle to purchase each year so that the
For the
next
6th grade
incoming
class?
grade, yes. And so that's the intent. It's also, the goal was to really kind of do away with bring your own devices, to have a better control of what's happening on those devices, particularly at the high school. And so that is a plan that has been orchestrated about a year or so ago.
Okay, thanks.
So, but I know I didn't answer, well, I can't really answer your question, but if that's something that the committee desires to change, or before you change, is to really think about the what you really want and to prepare your children for in this district in terms of technology, is to really consider. Oh, is she here? Oh, good. To really consider the policies and the direction, and that has to be aligned with the curriculum. And we do use Chromebooks for assessments. Even though MCAS may not be a graduation standard, it still is a required assessment, and that happens on the Chromebooks. So, and if I may, the director of digital literacy is present, and she could maybe speak a little bit.
Sure,
You
thanks.
all mind? Okay, Kate.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to clarify a little bit. Thank you, Dr. Bonner, that the Chromebooks are, the original round of Chromebooks that we purchased was, in 2018, 2019, and then a little bit more in 2020. So our fleet, I would say, of Chromebooks is really, really aging. And so this isn't an extension. I've also heard, the concerns from parents about screen time and about use of Chromebooks. This, I know it seems like an extension and a build off of that. It's really actually more of our fleet of Chromebooks is really aging. And so to be able, essentially in a few years, those Chromebooks, not even a few years, in a year or two, those Chromebooks will no longer be useful, essentially. And so this is to replace kind of the current fleet that we have. And as Dr. Bonner said, one of our ideas in doing that was if we provide a stronger model of Chromebook at 6th grade and it lasts through 12th grade, that we're spending a little bit more money on a Chromebook, but it is going to last for more years because it's a better model. And right now at the high school, we do have a option to bring your own device. We constantly debate whether that is equitable or not, because so we have some security protocols where you can, it only applies to the Chromebooks that we have. And so if you can purchase your own device, you can purchase a MacBook, you can purchase something that you can kind of sort of buy out of some of our security protocols that we have. And so we've debated whether that is equitable or not. And so one of the ideas was, in the pilot for the last 2 years, what we've done is, like, in 6th grade, we'll provide a stronger model of Chromebook that could last through 12th grade. Also, to give one student one device. One of the issues we had before is we were giving out a Chromebook, then we would take it back, and then the next year, you might have taken very good care of your Chromebook 1 year, and then it's taken back and you get one that was not taken good care of, and vice versa. And that didn't seem fair either. So we're trying to make it a more responsible model. So it's not necessarily that in the past students didn't get a Chromebook at 6th grade. It's that we're trying to give a device that will last for 7 years, that students that can live up to the expectations of what we're asking high schoolers to do. So it's a little bit better of a model. And then also that there's a little bit more responsibility because it's theirs for that time instead of giving it out and taking it back. So it's not, I just wanted to clarify that it's not an extension of increasing the number of Chromebooks. This is really like a replacement system that's happening, both in the 6th graders that are coming through, and then also the elementary Chromebooks are 6 or 7 years old at this time, and so to replace those.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So just to clarify, it's it is for sixth graders and also to replace Chromebooks in the elementary schools that aren't in great shape? Did I hear that right?
Okay, and also, I believe it's also to some teacher devices as well. Kate, can you just?
Yes, sorry, I should also stipulate, it's the CIO's budget so I'm saying what I know about that process. I think that Chromebooks the number for Chromebooks is a little like overarching of what it is, and it's in, like, the technology, sorry, my words are escaping me. I know you all are trying to, it's meaning a very long time. That Chromebooks would not necessarily be all encompassing of that line item there, I think.
That's
is
true.
what I'm trying to say.
She's just pointing out that it encompasses other devices, not just Chromebooks, and it also, it's not just for students. We also
Okay.
have to think of staff as well.
All right, that's fine for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Member Weisenfreud.
So I have a question. First, thank you, Dr. Bonner and Bobby, for, again, developing these 3 budgets. I know that's a tremendous amount of work, and I really appreciate all that work that went into it. So I have 2 things. The first one is really a question for Dr. Bonner. So as the chief executive, right, of the district, given our district priorities and mission, and given our strategic plan, especially Objective 2, which budget do you recommend we adopt?
So that is definitely a decision for the school committee, and I was required to produce both 3 views. And so I'm going to leave that wisdom to you all. Okay.
But I think that we've talked a lot about, relying on your expertise and on your recommendations. You know the district better than any of us here. You are in charge of the district, and you understand what the needs are. You are in the schools, and we rely on your recommendation. I do remember last year you made a recommendation, so I would like to press you a little bit on what your wisdom is recommending to us as we weigh our decision-making.
So I cherish the positivity that you rely on my recommendations. Thank you. This is nice to hear from you. And albeit, I do know the district. I have heard from the principals and the directors. And as I just stated, I'm going to repeat that ultimately it is this body to decide what budget they're going to choose.
Right.
Regardless of my recommendations that you seem to have cherished all of a sudden. So thank you. But
Right,
but it is up to this body, because that is one of your priorities and one of your purposes, is to fiscally be responsible and decide on the budget.
Right.
So that's where
I
so
understand.
you can press me.
I understand that it is our responsibility.
Called entrapment.
I understand that it is our responsibility to make a decision, but I'm asking for your recommendation as part of our decision-making. So you will not give us a recommendation?
No.
I think she's answered.
Okay.
She was gonna answer.
My second thing is that, I find that unfortunate, right? As the chief executive officer, I would think you would want to give a recommendation. Also, I would like to make a motion to refer the ed tech aspects of these budgets to budget and properties and curriculum for examination and recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. And I assume it would be discussed at budget and property anyway, but it would also go to curriculum, but not jointly.
Not jointly, unless they want to, but I wouldn't want to stipulate that.
Okay. Any further discussion on that motion?
I'd like to hear Member Jewell's take on that motion.
I would love to do this. I've been talking with teachers and talking about vetting the ed tech and what we're spending our money on. And if member Stein wants to do a joint, like, we can work that out. But I know that it's something that I would like to talk about, and I'm pretty sure that members Mahoney and Montgomery Tamako would be in for that too.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? Yes, Member Martin.
Actually, member Stein's hand was up before mine, but.
Is it up to this? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's important that we do this. We're getting a lot of questions. I've been trying to figure this out from like the budget lines, what we're spending. But I think officially referring it gives the two subcommittees the authority, frankly, to demand greater information about these items that the public is asking us for, and to be a space where we can have more substantive conversations about it. I don't know how that will all, like, we're doing this now during budget season. I don't know how it's all going to play out, but at least it's the beginning of that conversation and some more transparency about what's happening. So I would endorse this idea, and happy to meet separately or together or however it works out.
Okay, Member Martin.
I support it as well. This is just a procedural question. I thought I remembered that there was something about when it's referred to the subcommittee, you have to report back with, am I wrong about that? Like at the next meeting, which just seems like there's not going to be time because of the other things we already have on our agenda. But am I misremembering?
I mean, it would be part of the report anyway. So there's always on the agenda, there's always a report from subcommittees anyway.
But if we're unable to address this at our next meeting because our agenda is already full, no problem. We can take months to do it if we need to, because it's a pretty big topic.
Well, I assume you're trying to address it before the budget vote.
The budget aspect of it, but there's other aspects of it.
I mean, if you're continuing to discuss it, then you can
It's
just
fine.
keep us updated at
Okay.
whatever monthly meeting that you're
Great.
discussing it. Yeah.
Thanks.
Any further discussion to this motion? Both of you have your hands up. Is that
It's for
separate?
at the next.
Okay. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Bartoli?
Yes.
Member Weisenfrein?
Yes.
Member Montgomery Tamako?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Mahoney?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Member Sanders Sullivan?
Yes.
Okay. So you have your hands up to continue discussing the budget, correct? Yes. Okay. Anyone who has not yet spoken that would like to? I've lost track of who's spoken. I'm going to ask a couple questions. So I heard what Bobby said about the staffing page. It was a little bit confusing. It sounds like she feels like it's accurate. And maybe, I don't know if the clarification is it depends on every day it changes, right? Like we know, so I don't know if that's what's the challenge or not, but it sounds like she believes it's accurate.
She aligns it to the cost centers and the salary lines. And so it's not just, it's the time in which you take it, and yes, the way in terms of you're looking at our Aspen data, or if you're looking at the Munis data. So it's both time and the way, both.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but quickly, why would Aspen and Munis be different? Like Munis is who's working, right?
Correct. Bobby, do you want to speak to that?
Yes.
Yeah, just that it, like, so Aspen is what puts in for, like, say, the October 1 counts.
Right.
So it's as of a certain time, where my counts are, while I'm working with the budget, I actually have each individual employee and their budget amount.
So yours are more current.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So according to this, it looks like we've recouped almost all of the teacher positions that were reduced in 25. And we now have more paras than we've ever, maybe ever before, right? Does that seem accurate?
Yep.
Okay.
Over the period of time, yep.
Okay. The projected enrollment is really concerning, and I know that this is not final. Is there any update on, that we know on additional students that have come in or are coming in from, let's say, Prospect Place on Bridge Road?
So the enrollment registration has been slow, and even moving in, it's been very slow, so it hasn't really significantly affected us. And then of course, registration will be across the grades, so it's not like we can capture it that it's
right.
Just affecting one school. Some of the concerns for us is that we're seeing the numbers down at the high school, our incoming ninth grade. Now we have more competition. With the Chinese immersion school going to ninth grade. And then now with the new lottery system for Smith Voc, in terms of how that's going to impact our numbers. So there's more choice, there's more options for students to select in terms of in our school. But it's concerning. I mean, you've lost quite a few, about 300 students over the last 10 years or so. And so the projections, even in an enrollment study, it shows that we're going to constantly at a steady pace lose students. And it's not necessarily that we're losing them to other, even though I just professed about the other school and choices, but in terms of our young people in Northampton, the numbers are they're decreasing.
Yeah. Everywhere. And I can find this out. So do we know if the Chinese Immersion Charter School has met what they needed to increase by 100?
I don't know that. I did not
for
review
next
that
school
yet.
year. Okay.
I didn't review that.
Okay. Thanks. Member Weisenford.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a brief comment about process here. So there was a very big deal made about Member Stein referring to an idea as insane. When I asked Dr. Bonner a very polite and professional question, she not only mocked me for my quote-unquote positivity, but she also accused me of trying to entrap her. Nobody seemed to mind that. I think that is very, very unprofessional. I take objection to it. And I also take objection to the chair, frankly, not saying anything about that or correcting the superintendent. Thank you.
Okay. Member Stein?
Just two quick things. The first is a question. When we developed the strategic plan, originally, and we've talked about this a couple times in this body over the last year and a half, the idea was that someone within the city was going to do a demographic study, and we were going to save money. And then it was, no, actually, we're hiring a firm to do a demographic study. And here we are again talking about declining enrollment and projections, and we haven't heard about the study that was part of the strategic plan that would give us more insight to the particular demographic shifts within Northampton and within the state and how those things relate. So I'm wondering if there's an update, if we have any information from the consultants that we're going to hire about our demographics that could help us interpret and think more about these figures. And then after I hear about that, I do have one other brief comment.
So again, for clarification and correction of information, so in terms of the strategic planning group that was working on consolidation, we have been meeting, and I have not updated our final where we ended up. I will be sharing that as I exit this district. And as for our enrollment study, it was done and completed, and I will be glad to share that with you all.
Do you have a second?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, given the fact that it exists, one might speak from it when discussing these questions you were just asking her, Chair. Yeah, my point that I just want to point out to everybody is there's some very careful language in this, and I know Dr. Bonner doesn't want to give an endorsement of any budget, it's our choice, et cetera. But when we look at the column that says justification, right, comparison of the three views beginning on page 22, what we read for the strong budget is, quote, the primary focus of these requests is the restoration of essential services. It's bolded. And again, bolded again, strengthening of core academic and behavioral supports. So that's the justification for the strong budget from this district, from this leader. For the level services budget, we have some other interesting language. We've moved from essential services, the restoration of them, to prioritizing the continuity of essential operations while adjusting for the modern realities of inflation, enrollment shifts, and mandating student needs. I read those tea leaves as we're going to try to keep things moving, but there's a lot of pressures that might screw that up. The city's targeted budget justification, there's not a justification. It just says, FYI, guys, this may impact class sizes at all levels. Course offerings at NHS may be limited, and the continuation of students not able to receive a desired course. So it's saying, hey, you go down this road, you're just going to have these problems and probably some other ones. So I don't know, reading this, it seems like what's being recommended to us, if we want to have a district that's making progress towards our strategic goals, and is providing essential services and strengthening core, not extraneous, academic and behavioral supports, is the strong budget. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, moving on. Been so patient. I'm going to, Member Mahoney asked if she could very quickly give her CPAC and LPAC report, and then we're going to, as long as there's no objection, we will then move on to that. Okay, so go ahead, Member Mahoney.
Thank you. The joint, there was a joint DESE and Attorney General presentation on immigration in schools on February 26th. If anybody is interested in those slides, please contact me. I'm happy to share. A highlight of my week this week was the LPAC meeting last night. LPAC families shared many of the same concerns around communication, bullying, and special education services. And the superintendent suggested that Director Holloway, attend the next LPAC meeting to answer some of those concerns. And the LPAC community is a strong one, committed to ensuring their children's safety, education, and well-being. Jumping to the CPAC, the next out-of-district family meeting will be March 16th at 6 p.m. Please email me or the CPAC officers for that link. Election for officers is underway, and new officers will be announced at the April CPAC meeting. The next CPAC meeting is April 13th at 7 p.m. It is on advocating for neuro-affirming inclusion and supports with Amy Lauren. And then on March 9th, Monday of this week, was a listening session for the CPAC community with Sapphire DeJong and Sabine Janice Jakes of CES. Notes from the meeting will be shared by the CPAC Executive Board. The other thing that I would like to highlight is that the CPAC will be sending out an additional analysis of their review of the missing services. They will be sharing that with the community and CPAC community and the school committee. I'd just like to remind people on this committee and in the public that regarding the $50,000 restraint grant, there is still a question about the middle school and high school, how that fits into the plan to decrease reliance on reactive intervention and seclusion. They would like additional updates on de-escalation and conflict avoidance training specific to children with autism. And they would also like to build a shared sense of reality. The district should review and share the results of our district's preparedness and priorities with respect to conflict resolution and de-escalation. And again, I wish to highlight that in order for trust to be rebuilt with this district administration, we do need increased transparency with concrete sharing of information about these, for example, the missed services report. One example that came to mind, I think, and I'm sorry, I woke up at 5 this morning, so I'm not thinking as coherently as I might like to. For example, the staff absences, are those due to staff vacancies or staff illnesses or staff being covered? So we want more information, and without that, and without more communication, families will still feel as though their concerns are not being heard by the special ed administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no objection, we're going to go down to Again, somehow all the lettering got messed up on this agenda, but the last item under new business, which is vote for the YMCA MOA. And Dr. Bonner.
Give me a second, I'm sorry. Okay, so you all should have received an email from our attorney with the draft of a proposed MOU, or MOA in this case, with Hampshire Regional YMCA. As you all know, that it's been over, 30-some years in which the YMCA has provided after-school care for Northampton community. And so they have been a vital force of serving our children while I've been here in terms of after-school programming. And so to codify the relationship, there is a request that we have a memorandum of agreement amongst the two parties where the YMCA can continue with their programming at our 3 schools. And let's see, and then they're requesting a 5-year term. I will say that our council considered to a 3-year term with the option to renew in that year. And then the most important thing is that when the Y submitted their MOA, it was in part in 3 different MOAs. Our council recommends one single MOA that lists the 3 different facilities with their requested space in which they use. And as you all know, that the Y has a set of standards that follows EEC licensing, and so their programs are observed and checked, and there is a requirement in which they have to follow, not only in terms of the ratio of staff to students, but also the rooms have to be just so, the playgrounds have to be just so. And so all of these specific spaces in which the Y would like to use is listed within the document for each location, and in terms of the time in which the programs will run. And let's see, any changes to space availability, condition, or access must be communicated in advance. The YMCA reserves the right to suspend or modify programming if EEC space requirements cannot be met. And then there are some other legal pieces that have been added here in terms of access and security, the inspection notification, supervision and responsibility, and let's see, the background checks of their staff and so on, their qualifications, and the obligations to reporting and so on. If you look at, the pages are not numbered, I apologize. So we also have some obligations in terms of the district retains responsibility for building systems, alarms, and facility safety. The district shall inform the Y of all security procedures and restricted areas and protocols. Let's see, the custodial and maintenance of our facilities. And then the school transitions and sharing of information. So we have had a working relationship even in the midst of the changing number of administrators. Each administrator has built a relationship working with the Y, and they really do communicate with the principal if something goes wrong in terms of behavior for students and so on, and it keeps us in the know, and we have been working together for that. Also, the Y shall maintain liability insurance consistent with EEC, and proof of insurance may be provided upon request. Let's see. Lastly, the evaluation conflict resolution. So both parties agree to communicate concerns promptly and professionally, which has been the case since my tenure here, and work collaboratively with reasonable timeframes to resolve operational issues, escalate unresolved matters to designate leadership. Fees and amendments and terminations. So the Northampton Public Schools shall provide the YMCA with access to the facilities at no cost, except for reasonable custodial fees associated with shared, unshared spaces. No additional fees, rent, or space use charges shall be assessed to the YMCA for use of said space during the term of this agreement unless expressly agreed to in writing by both parties in advance. Such access is provided to support the YMCA EEC licensing after-school program and serving students of Northampton Public Schools. And let's see. So that it's a typical template of a MOU, and I will turn it back over to the chair.
Okay. So I'll open it up for discussion. Maybe someone wants to put a motion on the floor. But I will note that, of course, members of YMCA are here to answer questions, or there are ones from the committee. Yes.
I have two questions. One, I'm just curious why it says Ryan Road / Northampton School District. Isn't this operating in not just Ryan Road? And I'm just wondering why that's the only school that's mentioned.
No, it shouldn't be.
Oh, really? Am I looking at a different
You're looking at the
version?
other document, yeah.
I'm looking at the other document.
You have to look at the
'cause
word.
There were.
The word.
It was explained by Layla. She just
Yeah,
did
so
that
so she consolidated the three different individual building-based MOAs and into one. So you'll see the one that's highlighted is Layla's, and so she put all three together.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And then two, I guess I just want to clarify the purpose of our vote. Is it the idea that we will maybe possibly amend this document and then approve it, and then it is a contract that goes into effect? Or I guess I just would like some clarity about what our role is with this document.
To approve it or suggest amendments. Member Stein.
Thank you. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible. I was shocked to learn last year that we've never had an MOU or an MOA with the Y. And I'm shocked this year that everyone thinks if we don't have one, the Y can't operate in the schools. And I know there's a lot of confusion out there and a lot of worry from a lot of parents, and I get it because there's not a lot of clear information. What frustrates me is it's March. These conversations allegedly began in the fall. We didn't really hear about the idea of an MOU until, I don't know, I think it was mentioned at the February meeting. I wasn't here for that. And then we saw a draft a couple days ago. And what bothers me about this is there are some significant changes in my reading of what our attorneys presented us. It's not simply just that they consolidated the three versions. It also provides a smaller term and an opt-out clause for both parties, right? That might not be something that the YMCA is amenable to, right? So like if we approve this tonight, what are we approving, right? I'm just really frustrated by it. I'm not opposed to having an MOA if the Y feels like they want to codify it. But the process getting here is just crazy. And the fact that we didn't even post this for the public ahead of time, and I didn't even know if it's a work product, but yet we're discussing its actual provisions here, even though it was given to us by our attorney. Like the whole process around it seems really wild and unproductive. The other thing I want to say about it, and this came up in the Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting, is whether or not anyone's done the math for the proposed enrollments for our in-district program and the space allocation that's outlined in this document. Bobby was there and she said that it had been done for Ryan Road when that was originally discussed and that there it worked. But we weren't provided any assurances that that math had been done, the logistics and the practical math for Bridge Street or Jackson Street. And I would not be comfortable signing this if there's an actual conflict that we don't know about. So I'm not sure what to do. I don't have, I guess my suggestion would be the following. We vote to have the superintendent share this version of the MOU with the Y, go back and forth and bring us another version, but the understanding being that they can operate without one as they have for 30 years next year. And if that's a choice they can make. If they don't want to do it without one, that's fine. But we are not saying as a district that you have to have one to continue operating. And we can get to the place where people can both register for next year if that's the choice they want to make, and we can establish an MOU that feels good to both parties. I just don't see how we can do that tonight under this particular process. And I really want to know the answer to those questions about the space allocations and assurances. That seems like a crucial operational issue that both the Y and we need to be concerned about. And I would make that motion, I guess.
So the motion is to approve the MOA?
No. The motion, can you?
Sure, the motion is to direct the superintendent
Oh, right.
to share the MOU draft that we received from our attorney with the YMCA, get their feedback on it, and see what we can figure out that meets both the YMCA's needs and the district's needs, and then bring that back to us as a body to vote on. And a key component of that is like verifying that at Jackson Street and Bridge Street, the space allocation that's listed in the MOA accommodates both programs.
I have a question.
Can I go to, oh, there's no other hand. Yes, I thought there was another hand.
Oh, so I guess I would love some clarity why this feels more urgent now. I mean, I assume it's obviously triggered by the district coming up with its own aftercare program, but I guess I would like to know why this feels like an urgent thing.
So, yeah, everyone happy to recognize the Y? To come? Yes, please. Welcome. Hi. But Julie, if you could please come to the microphone, because that's the only way that Zoom is going to hear you.
Need to serve snacks, first of all. Secondly, the reason that we've asked for this now, after at least the 10 years that I've been here, is because in the past 6 years, this has come up at least 3 times. So every other year, we hear through this school committee that there is a potential that the school wants to run their own program. We have 4 full-time staff dedicated fully to this program, as well as 18 staff. As you know, staff recruitment is an issue. So to recruit staff and say, we don't know if we're going to have this program next year or the year after, makes it really difficult. So that's why we're looking for some type of concrete agreement that we're going to be able to have this program in the schools and serve the kiddos. It's been really a challenge since COVID, when we, if you remember, actually ran a program at our Y when the schools weren't open, so that kids could be homeschooled under supervision and parents could go to work. And since that time, this is the 3rd time it's come up. And so, yeah, we want some type of assurance, because we're spending a lot of money to hire good, qualified, full-time staff to oversee this. And then we have, as I said, 18 part-time staff.
Thank you. I certainly understand why you want some sort of security, and I'm sorry that this has been hard and has left you feeling unsure of your program, and appreciate the over 30 years that you've been providing this service. Can I ask, I assume you want to see what
Yeah.
our attorney has
That would be great.
recommended, yes.
Yeah, we would like to see it. And we have had assurances that, yes, you can run the program next year. But again, given the climate in today's world, we would like something formalized to say, yes, you can run it next year, and we are working towards some type of MOU.
Okay, thank you. Member Montgomery Tomako.
So I absolutely agree that we need to have some type of documentation instead of just a handshake agreement. But I also think that we need to send it back for review. I'm not happy with the terms. 5 years is too long. I'm concerned, like Member Stein said, about the space requirements. I'm concerned about prioritization of who gets what and when. And I also kind of have a little bit of an issue with the language that we're using around discussing this when we're talking about qualified staff, because our program is going to be run by our teachers and they are very qualified. So the language that is being used and thrown around in this discussion makes it sound like the program that we are trying to stand up is not going to be as qualified. So I would ask people to be careful in how they speak about the programs that they're running.
Okay, I don't know if you, I didn't interpret you as implying that other programs didn't have qualified staff. I think you were talking about your own program, but that's.
I haven't seen the MOU that you are referring to. And as far as qualified staff, by EEC licensing, we have certain qualifications that our staff have to have. So that's what we were referring to when we wrote the draft. Nothing about any other program. Just our staff has to be qualified and follow the licensing requirements.
Anyone who hasn't spoken? Member Sainer Sullivan.
Yeah, this isn't really solving anything. I just want to express what's on my mind. I mean, the Y has filled a need for many years and certainly has a lot of supporters and has people who have raised important issues. But here we are less than 6 months from when this is all supposed to start. And info, if we're thinking about always keeping our students and caregivers first, the info going out about this has been really sparse and lacking and leaving people really worried about what to do in the fall. And that's on us. That is on us, and I am really sorry for that. And I don't think it's fair to caregivers, and I don't think it's fair to the Y. So I'm looking for a way to be good to all the stakeholders here.
Member Reese. Sorry, I was trying. You both have already spoken. I can't remember. So
Okay. So I agree with that. It feels like we're in a bit of a bind, and I'm also wondering. So you have
can you use the mic? I'm sensing
sorry.
you probably.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. You have. I mean, would you even want us to vote for this if you haven't had time to spend with the document?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay. No, I mean,
what I want is assurance that we can run the program and that this isn't going to come up every other year.
Right.
Got it. Yeah.
Just to speak to that, I guess I want to clarify what this is. So right, there was a number of years in which there was conversations within the district about what to do, about aftercare programming. And John Provost brought a recommendation to the school committee about 5 years ago, saying that we should do away with the LEADS program and roll out the YMCA everywhere. That was not accepted, and then it was punted for a number of years. Last year, right, and you participated in a lot of groups, and there was a recommendation. Ultimately, the school committee voted in November to roll out its own district-wide program, so that is happening next year. It did not vote to say the YMCA cannot participate. It did not vote to say our intent is that the YMCA cannot run a program alongside us. None of that has changed. So what's going to change is how the populations respond to both programs and what makes sense for you to continue going forward.
Absolutely.
And that's not protected in an MOU, right? So I don't know what it gives you, I guess, at some level, what the this is, the assurance, right? Because there's a certain program being built. It may be the case that both just coexist, right? I don't know. But that's sort of, we don't know how it's going to play out, right? So the MOU doesn't protect against that uncertainty, right? I mean, unless you're really worried that we're absolutely not going to allow you to operate a program in the fall and you're going to hire all these people and they can't work, which isn't what anyone's communicated. So I just want to be clear to the community about this. Like, I understand as a leader, you're anxious, right? I would be very anxious. I get it. And I'm all for an MOU, and I'm super frustrated the way that the communication around all of this is played out. And I'm super frustrated that our direction to the superintendent in December was not followed. And here we are finally in March talking about many of these details. Could you say that louder?
Yeah, I want to correct what is being said here. So in December, actually I want to take it back, because strategic planning, we did a survey to get a pulse on the families in terms of their needs. And so there was the request to consider an after-school program that was run by the district that was similar to Leeds. And so we had a working group, and we were going to pilot one school to see, first of all, if we could do that and we could coexist with the Y. And this was a working group that started way back last year, and you were a part of, there was pieces, we tapped into it, they're shaking their heads. So there's nothing hidden here. And so all up to that point, this information was shared with the public. It was in newsletters in terms of what we were doing, what we've been doing, had shared some of the information in the surveys, and it was also on the scorecard for the strategic planning. It was in December when the work group had finished and we wanted to present what we had planned to do for the next year. And that was to pilot one program. And I was in it, and it was like, it should be following the Leeds program. And that is what was presented in December. And at that time, the school committee body said, we want it at all of the elementary schools. So we had only collected data for Ryan Road to see if we could manage both programs and sharing the spaces and how we could work out sharing those spaces. That was December, close to before we took the break for winter, and then we have a new school committee that didn't take charge until mid-January. So from that point to this point, I tried to do a presentation last month, but it was tabled. So no one saw what was worked on because it was tabled. And so now we are further behind where it could have been discussed, recommendations could have been made that night, and we could have posted for our director, and we could have posted for site coordinators, and we could have the director on board at the end of this month, but that won't happen right away. And they could have started working on this to get information out to our families. But we are behind the 8 ball. And this back and forth, you guys, I already know what you think about me, so you don't have to waste time pontificating on it. So if you want something done, let's focus on this. Do you want the program? Okay. Then what are the steps in which we as a body work together to get it done? Instead of you trying to take me down.
Dr. Bonner?
And
This
you know
is-
what?
this is-
And
Dr.
so
Bonner, I had the floor, she responded.
You asked her.
much.
And she
Say
just
something.
stopped.
So,
and then I-
no, I'm
finish.
going to finish because you know what? You stopped this process. And then you asked me, you directed me, because I know like the terms that you like to use. You directed me to now do it the whole district. And we worked on getting that done for this body. And it was shut down last meeting. I could not share anything with this body. And you could have made your recommendations right then and there. You could have said, oh, we want it longer. That's fine. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. We want it till 6 o'clock. We want this. So you could have made your recommendations right then and there. But your spitefulness caused that.
Dr. Bonner, this isn't about you. It's not about your personality. It's not about anything. It's about the fact that this body directed you to develop the program with the curriculum subcommittee and the budget and property subcommittee, and you didn't do it. That's why it was tabled. And then you presented it in a newsletter in January when we hadn't approved it to the whole city. And now you're aggrieved that it was tabled because you didn't follow the directions of the body. And then I asked you to put it on the Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting agenda in February, and you refused. Actually, you didn't refuse, you didn't respond. Okay? It was asked for multiple, this has been well-established in fact.
Okay, I'd like us,
Let me just please finish.
quickly please, so we can deal with this item.
We have a number of recommendations tonight that we're going to vote on. We have positions that we're going to vote on, but we are not the reason we're behind the 8 ball.
Okay.
And if you've been working on it for 3 months, tell me about the Bridge Street School and Jackson Street School space analysis you've done over that time. That's represented in this MOU we're being asked to vote on tonight.
Okay, is there anyone who hasn't spoken? Yeah, we do.
We do. Is Tiffany still there?
Yes, she is still there. Okay, if there's no further discussion, the motion that's on the floor is to ask the superintendent to share the MOA that has been reviewed by our attorney and her recommendations with the Y and get feedback and then bring it back to the school committee with answers to the space allocation questions at Jackson Street and Bridge Street. That's the motion on the floor. Yes.
What would the timeline be for that? How long would we be giving them to?
I would assume to the next meeting, but
If the next meeting's
I didn't make
Tuesday,
the motion.
can we have it, if we have to continue to next Tuesday to complete our agenda, can it be done by then?
I think that that's not long enough because attorneys, I feel like if we're going to have the attorneys look at it, we should probably we shouldn't even try to get it done before May because attorneys take time, you send it out, they send it out back and forth. I mean, we could try for the April.
somewhere between Tuesday and May would be good.
Yes.
Julie, did you want to?
Well, I just want to address before May, and first of all, I also want to say that I wasn't implying, that we were hiding, that anyone was hiding anything, and I do want to thank Dr. Bonner and Mayor Shara for meeting with us and having a really great conversation, and I think communication is a challenge in this environment, and trying to get all the information back and forth. And as I said, we've been really happy to work with the city. We serve over 10,000 people every year. If you try to get a parking spot at the Y, you can't because most people in the city are members. So we want to continue that relationship. However, we do have a license also. And if we don't have the right amount of space, we lose our license. So we can't run the program. So we really do need to be guaranteed that we have the spaces that we have now. If we know that, we're ready to start registration in what, 4 weeks, 3 weeks? We can't wait the parents can't wait till May. So as far as an MOU, as you said, we have not had an MOU for years. However, we need to be guaranteed that licensed space in order to know how many kiddos we can enroll and that we can run the program.
So by when do you need this MOU finalized for your registration?
We need to know that we can have the space before we start registration when April Second week of April is when we were hoping.
Okay, I mean, so we meet the second week. But so that would be Thursday, and the second week in April would be when our April meeting would be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, can you come to the mic, because then no one can hear you if you.
Our goal to open our enrollment was April 22nd.
Okay. That should be. Okay, so if we aim to have a vote for you at that meeting in April, and if another opportunity presents itself, we'll put you on it, but if it's at that April meeting, I don't have it,
Yeah, we need to know that we have the license space that we currently have before we start registration in April.
Okay. It's April 9th. Thank you.
Yeah, if the spacing changes, that would obviously change our enrollment number. So we don't want to guarantee parents a spot in a program where our license capacity has potentially dropped. So we just want to make sure that we aren't making promises to spaces that we can't guarantee.
Okay. Thank you. Member Martin, and then Member Stein, and then
So a question for the Y. What is your license capacity, and do you run at capacity or?
Yes, so 78 at Jackson Street, 39 at Bridge Street, and 65 at Ryan Road.
And you do run at capacity?
We do run at capacity.
Are you set? Member Stein?
This is also a question for you, I guess, or both. Trying to figure out the best way to meet what you need as quickly as possible. The motion on the floor is to direct the superintendent to share the MOU draft. You go back and forth and work it out in a way that works for both programs, you know? I'm wondering if it's better to add to the motion two things. One would be sort of the body's, the school committee's intent that you run a program next year, right? Give some vote that says you're going to do this. And then the second piece would be to sort of ask the superintendent to, when they figure out those spacing questions that we have, communicate those numbers to you sooner so you understand. That seems to be the crucial part for the registration, right? That if we could get that all done in the MOU in April, great, but if you know what those numbers are, it seems like that solves the biggest problem in terms of the planning, right?
Yes.
So I would make a motion to amend the motion on the floor. If this, Julie, does this sound helpful?
Yes.
Ish? Okay. I would make a motion to amend the motion on the floor to include communication from the superintendent around those space considerations as soon as they're determined. They will make their way into the MOU, but like communicate so that they have an idea of the staffing levels and the registration potential. To state the intent as a body that the YMCA will operate a program alongside ours next year in the 3 elementary schools.
I would second that amendment.
Could you state it again?
Sure. So now the total motion on the floor is to direct the superintendent to share a copy of the MOU revisions from our attorney with the Y, and to work with the Y to negotiate an MOU that's agreeable to both parties, that hopefully we can pass in April. Also, affirm that it's the district's intent that the YMCA will run a program at the 3 elementary schools alongside our district-wide program next year, and that the superintendent will communicate with the Y regarding the space questions we have to make sure that they understand the spaces they can access and how it would impact our programming, et cetera, so that they know what to do for registration as soon as possible.
So that second part was the amendment, which was seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Roll call, please. Cassie, on.
Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund. Yes. Member Montgomery Tomaco.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Everyone, okay. Any further discussion on the motion as amended? Okay, a roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund. Yes. Member Montgomery Tomaco.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you. Thank you for staying so long. Appreciate it. Okay, we need a motion to,
Make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the time to 11:30, 11:15, or 11:30. We have the superintendent evaluation report. I mean, the superintendent. It's really quick. It's really quick. The budget and property one will not be.
I mean, I'm interested, I don't know how we do this, but I'm interested in voting on the job descriptions
Yes.
for the program tonight.
me too.
Yes.
Okay, does someone make a motion for an amount of time?
Make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the time to 11:45? 11:30, what's?
11:30.
11:30, okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Oh. Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund. Yes. Member Montgomery Tomaco.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Okay, going back to, so Bobby, you don't have a report. You were done with your report, right? Because it was part of the budget, am I correct? There.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. As always, all of your documents are in there. If anyone has any questions, they can contact you. Okay. Let's do budget and property, subcommittee report, and let's try and keep it as brief as possible.
Okay, I've got some notes here, so hopefully that will help speed this along. Sorry. Okay, budget and property subcommittee report, we met this past Monday. We agreed to meet on the following dates going forward. So we're going to meet on Friday, March 20th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. We're going to meet on Monday, April 6th from 5 to 6:30. And then we have our April meeting scheduled for the 13th from 5 to 6:30. Our subcommittee meeting on this past Monday focused mainly on the district-wide out-of-school time childcare program. We voted unanimously to recommend the following to the full school committee. We recommend that the district become an EEC-funded program able to accept EEC vouchers. We recommend that the hours of the program run from 2:10 to 6 p.m. daily. We recommend that the rate be set at $7 per hour with a top voluntary rate of $10 per hour. We also discussed the merit of a sliding scale and the potential of studying it next year. We discussed the need to amend the IEP process as it needs to be included in students who want to access the program in their plan, and whether or not there's additional funding organization that needs to be made to do that before the program begins. We discussed questions around the program capacity. It's at 50% of enrollment. We had the same question we just talked about, if the capacity would be examined at each site relative to the MOU. The one outstanding issue that we did not discuss is the need for an easier payment platform for caregivers to remit payment online. It's not a good situation at Leeds. And we also discussed how to administer the program at a district-wide level. So we think in our conversation that it made the most sense to do it as a whole. Right now, Leeds operates separately. The question, though, becomes a delicate one, and I think one that has to involve the Leeds community. There's a large surplus in their revolving account, and we need to decide what to do with it. One of the ideas we talked about was kind of engaging in a deliberate process with the Leeds community to talk about those funds and if they could be or how could they be used to help stand up the overall program. So that's something we have to decide as a body if we want to do and then figure out how to do it. Based on those recommendations, I would make a motion for the full school committee to accept the recommendations we voted for the out-of-school time program. Those are that we become an EEC-funded program, able to accept EEC vouchers, that we run the program from 2:10 to 6 p.m. daily, that the tuition rate be set at $7 per hour with a top voluntary rate of $10 per hour. So it's those three items that we voted on to recommend. I'm asking the body to do that, and to direct the superintendent to carry them out, and to authorize the Budget and Property Subcommittee to monitor and oversee these elements of the program development and rollout.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Could you read the last part again?
Sure. The authorize part or the...
Yeah, the budget and property authorized rollout.
Sure, I'll read it again without those specific recommendations so you get the whole, the feel. So it's, I make a motion for the full school committee to accept our recommendations for the out-of-school time program, direct the superintendent to carry them out, and to authorize the Budget and Property Subcommittee to monitor and oversee these elements of the program development and rollout.
I have one question, suggestion. Can we raise the voluntary top? Because if there's extra money, it goes into the program, right? Because there are families, I think, who would be willing to pay more, $12, $15 an hour. Is that something that we can consider?
Yeah, I mean, I think we ended up at 10, but it was not a,
Okay.
yeah, well, like, yeah.
Right.
So, but if we vote for it, is it binding? Like right now?
I mean, it's yes, and it would be an up to, right?
Okay,
It's
so-
not a sliding scale. They only have to pay 7 unless they have a voucher. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that, right? It's $5 an hour for free and reduced lunch. We didn't,
But I think we're going to eliminate that if we do the voucher. Right? Because then they just pay a portion unless, right? We may have to revisit this, but I think that would capture that group. There could be a in between though. We might want to do the 5. Yeah.
Bobby has her hand
Oh.
up. Can we go to Bobby to, maybe she has something?
Yeah, I just had a question around the easier payment platform. I know that there has been discussion, but I don't recall that being brought up at Budget and Property. I might have just missed it.
No, you didn't miss it. I said that we didn't bring it up, but it was something that has also been brought up before. We didn't vote on it and we didn't discuss it at Budget and Property, but I wanted to mention that it was something we didn't discuss because it is something that's come up before. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Bobby, do you know on that tuition question, with the question really is if we add in EEC vouchers, does it make sense to eliminate the $5 charge because the majority of people that would pay that charge would have the voucher? Or is there a group that's going to be impacted that doesn't have the voucher and shouldn't be paying 7?
I really don't feel like I can answer
Yeah,
that. I'd
yeah,
have to really
yeah.
think about it tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what is the process to be able to accept vouchers? Is this something that's achievable for next year, or is this like a longer term goal?
Yeah, it's achievable. We have to speak with and apply with the Springfield early. Well, Seven Hills for the voucher acceptance, and we got to go to like a 2-hour workshop with them. But to become an EEC funded program, there's another thing we have to do at the Springfield Early Education Center, but they're not very onerous. We could easily achieve them before the year starts. The bigger thing that is onerous is that to accept the EEC vouchers, we need to have our providers do a different query check than DESI requires. They have a different query standard, so they would have, people that want to work in the program would have to do that query check that we can carry over. That's the most onerous part of being able to take them, but the amount of money we'd be able to fund the program with is really beneficial to make it viable.
Yeah, so the only other thing, and I think this is for you, Dr. Bonner, is that, and to relate to the Director of Student Services, right, is that IEPs are reviewed in the spring, and so if we're gonna, if there's families that are gonna want to enroll in this program in the fall, to start to address their needs for aftercare this spring. That makes sense.
Okay, any other discussion?
Are we going to amend the price range to start at 5 and then maybe go higher? I don't know where you landed on the 5.
I think we should leave it in. That's in your current proposal.
I thought you said 6.
And we could
Yeah, I mean, we,
something later.
Yeah, right.
because we could leave it right as, we accept the vouchers, it's 5 for free and reduced, and then 7 for non-free and reduced, and then whatever the number is for the upper voluntary end you had in mind. Yeah, if you want to make that motion, that would be great.
Okay, for the upper end?
For
Or
the
for
whole
all
thing.
of it, for the whole thing? So it would be from 5 to 15. Is that what we're saying? With that?
Sure.
Okay. So motion to amend the motion to create it's not a sliding scale, to create the rates, the fee schedule, thank you, between 5 and 15.
An hour.
An hour.
And you want to spell out the 5 for free and reduced?
5 for free and reduced
Lunch.
And I think 7 as generally standard, and then for those families who can and want to go up to 15 to help support the program overall.
I second that motion.
Okay. That amendment.
Clarification so I can update the document. So I'm hearing volunteer rate to support the program is 15.
Up to 15.
Up to.
So it could be anywhere above 7.
That's why, okay. The regular rate is the same rate as what is leads, so $7 per hour.
Yes.
There was an addition last year to leads programming, so it was an add-on rate, which was $8 for add-on hours that fall outside of a family's consistent schedule. Did you address that?
Was that in your
Yes.
proposal? Mm.
That's the current leads.
That's currently, I pulled, this is lifted right from leads, that was just approved last year. All right, and then the reduced rate I heard, that was $5, that's consistent with leads. Did you consider a sibling discount?
Which is a
It's
dollar
$6.
discount.
Yeah, it's just a $1 discount off of the 7.
Is it a $1 discount per child?
Right.
Yes.
So
We want to vote for this and then have another amendment?
Okay, so right now we're voting on the amendment, which was seconded, yes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Cassie, roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund. Montgomery Tamako.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Reed.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to amend, to add in the sibling discount as delineated in the program presented by Dr. Bonner, and the $8 an hour rate for, what is the right wording?
Sorry, was it the? So was it the add-on rate?
Yes.
$8 per hour.
The $8 per hour add-on rate.
Second.
And you did you said the sibling discount as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And the $8 an hour add-on rate.
I mean, it's
No.
a sibling discount, introduced discount rate of $6 an hour for each additional sibling. So I think it's each additional
Pays
is
$6 instead of
Whoever's the first one is 7.
7.
every other additional kid.
Any additional kids? Okay. That motion
We have a
made,
second.
and it was seconded by who? Okay, Member Weisenfreund. Any further discussion on that? Roll call, please.
Shara.
Yes. Yes.
Member Weisenfreund. Yes. Member Montgomery Tamako.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yes.
Okay. Any further amendments? Okay, so we're voting on the motion, the original motion as twice amended. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund. Yes. Member Montgomery Tamako.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Moving on.
There's just like one little quick other little piece of the report. I'll just mention quickly, we don't have to discuss it. We can do it another time. We did talk about the mid-year appropriation request and the confusion around what the appropriation will be spent on, right? So, and about the capital items that kind of got shifted around, but we passed the mid-year appropriation request that was not funded, that had a specific list of things we wanted to fund. A separate one was brought that was passed. We accepted the money, but there was a question, and it was explained that we didn't have to spend it on those items, but it's unclear what the money is being spent on then. So it seems like it's just getting spent on what the mayor wanted, but the body didn't vote on line items for that additional appropriation. So the question is whether or not we're going to do that and when we're going to do that. We do not have time to talk about it tonight, but I wanted to just put it out there for the report.
Okay, I wouldn't say it was what I wanted, it's what I took from what was voted on and made an explanation of the things that were removed. Okay, so preliminary superintendent search committee report.
Very quickly, we have a list of 8 candidates. Cassie has already scheduled them for an interview. Our next meeting on March 17th. We will be finalizing our interview questions, and then we will be interviewing candidates on March 24th, March 26th, and March 31st. And then at our April meeting, we will be getting together to discuss the candidates that we are going to present to school committee for final interview, cognizant of the fact of like issues that have happened in this current superintendent search across the valley. We are going to try our hardest to present more than 2 finalists. So we're shooting for 4 if we can, but that is the update.
And are you on track to bring those in April?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the interviews, Cassie has already scheduled them, so they are on the 26th, the 24th, the 26th, and the 31st.
Okay, great. Thanks for that work.
Can I ask a clarifying question? And so at our April school committee meeting, will you be doing final interviews?
We will be presenting the finalists to the body.
Okay.
So our work will be done.
With schedule.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we have to schedule them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, just to this point, if we're going to do that on that April meeting and we're going to pass a budget, we got to have more than an hour of meeting time.
I mean, I think they're giving us the finalists.
Yeah, that's our charge, is to get it done by the 9th, so we have to, we're on target to have it. So you'll just we'll get a list of the candidates.
So will we vote on them on the?
No. We have to interview them.
Got it. Okay, got
We
it.
have to interview
got it.
them, we have to
Yes.
do site visits, they have to do site visits. So if we need to build in time to talk about how that's all gonna happen, we'll do that, but there's no votes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, we already did that. Member Reese, are you able to do a retreat update?
Yep, there's not really much to tell. We have confirmed with Tracy, and we have everything is the same as it was basically as we left it last time.
Great,
So,
okay,
on track.
thank you. Member Bartoli said that the legislative update could wait. Sorry, did you have a question?
Not about that. Given that we have 9 minutes left, could we just, if everybody was in agreement, move to the job descriptions?
Yes.
Before we do that, is there an urgency on the Bridge Street mural?
That should be easy. So they just want approval to be able to do the mural. Actually, I have the name of the artist. The artist is Romero Devero, who is working with fifth graders, and they're going to come up with a design, and it's going to be on the wall.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the use of the wall or approve?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Feisenberg, seconded by Member
Everybody.
Montgomery Tomco. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Okay. Shara?
Yes.
Member Weisenfrein? Yes. Member Montgomery Tomco?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Okay. So is everyone in agreement to move to the job descriptions?
Yes.
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 Okay. And discuss them as a group, move them as a group?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a motion to get it on the floor to approve the director, site coordinator, and travel nurse job descriptions for the after-school program?
So moved.
Seconded by? Motion made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Weisenfried. Okay, discussion. Dr. Bonner, do you need to present them, or?
I think that they've had an opportunity to review them. They've had them for a month or so.
Okay.
If there's questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay.
One quick question. The site coordinator, it's for 3 different positions, right?
There'll be 3 different site coordinators.
Okay, that's all I need.
Yes.
I have one quick question.
Yeah.
Is the nurse in the budget? I don't remember seeing it.
No, that was not in the budget. So hopefully, some funds hopefully will balance in terms of the revenue that comes in, but also as budget and property, in the budget and property report, the discussion of how to utilize the revolving fund. So I'm hoping that whatever shortfall that may come in, that it will be able to provide those services. And it will be one nurse to cover the 4 sites.
Is there currently a nurse?
So there's
leads?
one that's somewhat on call.
Okay.
But so this person would be literally on call for the 4.
Got it. But would be not on call, would be in one of the locations. Okay.
Correct.
Got it. Any other questions?
Is there an hourly rate for that? The others have a salary, right?
So for it'll be in the contract.
It would be their per diem rate.
Okay. It's already a bargained rate.
Okay, any,
So, no. And they can request for them to become so, but right now they are not.
Would the contracted rate apply?
Wait, sorry, with the exception of the nurse. So say that again?
No, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah,
The nurses union?
the nurses union.
okay, any further discussion?
Can I just understand what the process is for them to become part of the union?
You know.
They would have to make the request.
The union would.
There's a term.
Yeah.
Is the Leeds site coordinator a union?
No.
So it's consistent. Okay.
Okay. Roll call.
Motion?
Oh, there was a motion as a, take them as a group,
Oh,
approve
I
them as a
got
group.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready? Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Supervisor Freund? Yes. Member Club?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm assuming you said me, so yes.
Yes. Okay, can we do the calendar in 4 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the school committee, this is the school committee calendar, and just looks like for the calendar year of 2026?
Yes, so moved, but with the updates to the budget and property meetings for March. So we're not meeting on the 16th, but we will be meeting on, those other dates, I'm sorry.
Friday the 20th?
Yeah, Friday the 20th,
And April
and
6th.
Monday, April 6th, as well as the 13th.
Okay, April 6th is on here.
That's correct, curriculum.
April 6th? I see budget and property on April 6th.
Oh, yeah, the colors changed.
Oh.
Or there's a
This-
couple different colors, yeah.
That's the 13th.
The
for
13th
budget.
is curriculum.
Do I
What
have
I'm-
a whole draft?
I mean, this is what I'm looking at right here, 4-6 budget and property.
Yeah, I see that too.
I'll
Yeah.
fix it.
So maybe,
It just changes every 10 minutes,
okay,
so.
okay, that's okay.
I mean,
It
So,
makes it very hard
are-
to schedule.
Are we, so the motions for what we have on the agenda with the change that you just stated, is that what you understand, Cassie, and what you understand,
Yeah.
Dr. Bonner?
I second.
Okay,
You seconded it, Amy?
okay. Any discussion?
Do we have to change it every time we add an additional meeting in the future?
No.
So this is good enough for now for the whole year, even
Right,
if
this
we
is sort
add
of
meetings
laying
or
out
need to change them.
some,
Okay.
right? Yeah. Okay, roll call, please.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Vice Freund? Montgomery Chanakov?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Member Reese?
Yes.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Okay, I don't think I've missed anything. We jumped around a lot. Future business, future discussion. Okay,
Which is just that I would like to, last time.
Oh, sorry, point of order. Matt, can you speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
I'm so sorry, Tiffany. I'm saying that I named a whole bunch of things last time for future discussion, and I would like to ask that, and so I would like to, ask those again. There was discussion of the case report, modified DCAP, revised child fine procedures, fiscal year 26 mid-year appropriation process, and district ICE policies. In addition, I'd like to put on a discussion about school lunches. And I would just like to request that, I understand that not all items can be put on every agenda that every member might request, but I would like to request some feedback if those suggestions are made, or those suggestions are made in writing, it feels really bad to be completely ignored in one's attempts to bring certain issues forth. Thank you.
Member Stein.
I noticed we didn't do new business item C.
Yes.
Thought I got them all. Oh, dang it.
Nope.
Sorry.
What should we do?
Oh, there's two Cs.
Yeah, it's,
Oh, yeah, there are.
okay. It's 11:30, so would you like us to extend? We said 11:30, right? Not 11:45?
Yeah.
Oh, then you have to make a motion?
I make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to 11:45.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please. Yes.
Eisenfreund?
No.
Sorry. Member Montgomery Chamaclo?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Martin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Member Jewell?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
We'll go back after that.
So, as many of you have heard, I can't remember where I said this, right? But I have been talking to other school committees around the state. I went to a training from the Mass Association of School Committees on this topic and have learned that it's a standard practice for school committee finance subcommittees, budget and property for us, to meet regularly throughout the year with the City Council's Finance Subcommittee. And to me, that makes total sense because, of course, school districts are generally more than 50% of the municipal budget. And to only have one time a year for the City Council to have information on what's happening with that enormous department doesn't seem like good fiscal management to me. I don't know why that hasn't been a practice in Northampton, and I know there were many attempts last year to start to change that. That didn't work, and that communication has since broken down. When I listened to the City Council debate the mid-year appropriation, I could see that it was really the kind of a practice that's necessary, especially when there's so many new City Council members. We have a lot of new school committee members, so we have two bodies that don't know each other well in many ways. So I have been thinking about, how to build better understanding about the needs and realities of our school district, what our collective children need from us for their education, and struggling with the constraints of open meeting law, not being able to talk about this with my budget and property colleagues, although we can now in meetings if I can get it onto the agenda. So I have proposed to the school committee chair and the superintendent, and they have agreed that I could make a presentation to the City Council to start to increase understanding and hopefully begin to build a better relationship between our bodies that will serve both the city and our district better. And the City Council president has agreed to give me time at the March 31st City Council meeting for this presentation. No, because
right,
because there's the two public hearings that have to go first, and it would be,
There's not yet.
who knows
I
what hour.
forgot. It's March 31st, I think,
Because of Passover, right? So it's on a Tuesday instead of on a Thursday, yep. I did check with the Attorney General's Open Meeting Law Office about how input could be shared across the school committee, and they made it clear that it can only be done in open meeting. So my thinking is, if people wanted to give me feedback about what they think it's important to include, that you can do it in your subcommittees. We can certainly do it in budget and property. Other subcommittees could too. and then share that out. So what I'm asking for tonight is for the school committee to vote to approve me making this presentation. I know this is not standard, but I'm really trying to be creative about how we can try to change our culture and try to move things better in service of our kids. And then also, if that's approved, to ask you all to, I would make the presentation, that's what's been agreed to on the 31st, but to ask you all to come and add your support at City Council that evening. Sure, I'll make a motion to approve my making a presentation to the City Council on the needs of our school district tentatively, let's say tentatively, just in case it changes again, the March 31st City Council meeting.
Seconded.
Seconded. Is the needs based on what? Like based on where? What will your presentation be based on?
Yeah, I mean, that has to be developed, right? So input is welcome. The superintendent obviously does a presentation, but I think that there's a lot that the city, so it's not meant to be a financial presentation, but more to try to engage the City Council in deeper understanding of what the school district is like. Not all City Council members went on the tours of the schools. The tours of the schools, were, great. And also, there's so much more to say. There will be so much more than I can say too. It's just an attempt. It's an experiment to try to do something different, to try to build mutual understanding.
And is it it sounds like the goal is, or maybe I'll ask, is the goal to set up regular meetings or line of communication or a way that both bodies will meet in public meetings together, or it sounds like you're focused on finance, their finance committee, property here. I'm just basing that based on what you said other districts do.
Yeah, no, I mean, from my understanding, it's, there's no willingness for finance committee, budget and property meetings. So this is a one-time thing, and it's not a solution to that other issue. Maybe it starts to plant the seeds for some openness and willingness to have deeper, more ongoing engagement.
I mean, I find this very perplexing for a number of reasons. You started with the regularity of budget and property and city finance committee's meeting, and then moved to a non-budgetary presentation of unknown composition, and then back now to maybe bridging some gulf. But there seems to be a lot of assumptions, and I find it really odd that you didn't put this on the agenda for budget and property. We could have just talked about this as a group. And I find it odd if the idea is for budget and property and finance to meet, why the budget and property chair wouldn't make the presentation. It just seems very, I don't know, it seems very odd. And then beyond all that, I guess what's the end, right? So at the end of the day, last 2 years, we've passed one budget, the city council hasn't passed a budget, and then whatever the mayor put forward went into effect, right? So what's going to happen with greater understanding from the city council? Are we hoping that they will opt in? Are we hoping they will vote on a budget? I'm trying to say, what is the real outcome that is on the horizon if there is this additional understanding of something by the city council?
So that's a lot of different questions and concerns, all of which I appreciate. I have no illusions that, given the structures that we have in the city, that we're going to be able to have a different outcome this year. And so this really is a long-term, for the next 2 years, can the city council start to, I mean, obviously, there's a range of different perspectives on the city council and some, yeah, including, former school committee members there, but also some folks who have no experience at all of our school district. And really, I just see it as trying to do something different to plant seeds. In terms of not the chair, I mean, there's no protocol about that. And I think, everything I understand is that communication has broken down and that I would be a better person to do that.
Which communication between whom? Like, what is the breakdown that you're mentioning?
Between the chair of the finance committee.
And who?
And you.
What's broken down?
A willingness to meet from their perspective.
So it's not a breakdown, it's a refusal, right? So again, though, I don't know if it's not a budget presentation, why isn't the vice chair presenting on behalf of the school committee?
It was my idea.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I'm trying to understand what's going to be presented and what it's supposed to hopefully lead to. I understand the long-term plan. 2 years is not very long, so I don't understand. You're essentially saying authorize me to give a presentation about the schools, which you're not being provided. Anyone can send me stuff and I might include it, but I'm kind of representing the whole school committee in this way about because there's been amorphous alleged breakdowns of communicate. I don't know, I'm trying to wrap my head around that idea.
Is there a question in there?
What are you going to present?
I haven't yet developed it, and I welcome, as I said, your input. I think that when I listened to the city council mid-year appropriation, I actually can't recall what the questions were, but I came away with that strong feeling of wow, some folks really don't know, and there's a lot I don't know about our district, but, that they're just, they needed to have a better understanding. I mean, some of the ideas that I have had floating around, and I haven't had time to really start to put these down, but, to talk about what has been lost in our district, that there used to be assistant principals and assistant superintendents, and there used to be librarians, and, what this district used to look like, what it is now. Definitely some of our challenges, as well as some of what is great about our school district. I mean, I heard from one city councilor what the presentations were like from different department heads when they did their tours and how powerful they were, in terms of the feeling of wanting to invest in those departments and wanting to create some of that sense for our school district as well.
I mean, what's interesting to me is that the finance chair has sat through hours of public comment from teachers and administrators and the public, right, for years now, and hasn't responded to those obvious needs that have been expressed. So I think the picture is pretty clear. I think it's not that they don't know in this case with that person. They've heard it endlessly. So I'm still baffled by this.
All right, we have 2 more minutes. Member Montgomery Thompson.
Is it just to maybe be a liaison between the two bodies? You're giving a presentation about what school committee, I'm a little confused, I'm sorry. You're giving a presentation about the body that is the school committee. Is it an overview of who we are, what we do, and our purview type thing?
Know more about the school district than the school committee.
May I address that based on my understanding? I know you had your hand up first, but do you want to say that first? I just thought I would.
We'll have to extend.
You're set. Okay. Member Weisenberg?
On something when I don't know. And I think
Sorry, Anat, can you please speak into the microphone?
Oh, so
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I know, it's okay.
I'm saying I can't vote on something if I don't know what you're going to do, number one. Number two, I do appreciate your idea to be creative. I understand your intent is to increase communication, open channels of communication. I think, though, that, the way you're presenting it to us is that you specifically were selected and no one else contributes to a continued splitting of our body. And I think that if you choose to accept that mission, you will be engaging in that. And I'm not in support of that. I think that the people with the most expertise, like I agree that the Finance Committee and the Budget and Properties Committee should meet together regularly. I had conversations with city councilors about it last year. We had Rachel Moriori come. It was an excellent meeting, actually. I had discussions with other city council members. I think that it is their duty and their responsibility to do so, regardless of how they feel about somebody. That is the job, right? It's my job too. So I guess I'm not in. I don't want to rain on your parade, right? But I don't think it's the right strategy, and I'm not going to vote on it.
Maurice?
So I think what started off as like a really inspired, creative idea to paint a picture has been sort of cast in this suspicious sort of light. And I just want to say, having heard a little bit about the ideas behind it, and again, it's still very much in progress, but the Forbes Library came and spoke to the city council, and everybody got to see awesome slides of the Forbes Library, and they got to have an experience of a little bit about the history and what it felt like and what the daily reality was. And it was this very sort of interesting view into this part of the city that not everybody gets the details on. So I think, for my understanding of this, and you can correct me, is that this was also just meant to be here's what's actually going on in the schools, and to integrate anecdotes and to integrate a sense of what it really is like in the schools. What are the amazing things that are going on, and then what are some of the challenges that have come up? As a way, I think it makes a lot of sense to connect the two bodies, and I don't think it necessarily has to be about finances, but I was really inspired when I heard about this, and I thought it seemed like a very interesting idea. And I would like to see Member Martin explore this and flesh this out more.
Okay, so we really have to either vote on this or vote to extend.
On it.
Okay. Roll.
It doesn't pass. It passes.
Okay. Ready? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
No.
Member Montgomery Tamaka.
Abstain.
Sorry. Member Stein.
No.
Member Martin.
Yes.
Member Reese.
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Thank you, yes.
So we have 4 yes, 2 no's, 1 abstain.
With the abstention, I don't know if it passes.
The abstention just doesn't.
Oh, because you need it to be more than, you need it to be a quorum to pass?
The majority.
We need 6, right?
Well, 6 would.
Parliamentarian.
Need to look it up. I don't know if you need 5. I don't know when you have a
But I think, isn't it still a majority? Not.
In the past, we've just done straight majority.
Yeah, it's a majority of the body, not of who's remaining of the quorum. I think. Has to be whatever the normal majority is.
What's the question? Whether it's the, based on the full membership or just the
Right,
who are
but-
here?
Right.
So I was waiting. My Advil, I dropped it, but I didn't want to
This says majority votes normally required. There may be fewer votes cast than the number of members present, and some may choose not to vote. Only a majority of those actually voting is required. Then if there are 10 members present, 4 vote in favor.
I'm reading that it's a simple majority.
Of those present or of the body?
A vote is only valid if a quorum is present, and
Which
we
there
have
is.
that.
extension bring us below
No, because there's still a quorum
Still-
of people here.
right.
yeah.
Not a special thing, it's a regular
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I guess it's the majority of those present of the quorum that's present. So then it passes. Yes. Okay, great. So there are a bunch of future meetings,
There are a lot of them.
and they are on the agenda
Yes.
for anyone who wants to see them. And is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
Roll call, please, Cassie.
Oh, my. Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund,
Yes.
What? Member Montgomery Tomaco,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Martin,
Yes.
Member Reese,
Yes.
Member Jewell.
Yep. Let's go.
I feel better.